Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is true potential in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 31, The Will of Fire. Die! Shukaku screamed at the Jinchuriki. The giant Tanuki had charged them, attempting to ram the three shinobi head-on with all of his weight. Naruto, Han, and Rashi managed to jump out of the way, avoiding his attack. Shukaku then proceeded to swing his tail at them. Both Naruto and Han were able to avoid the attack, but Rashi was unable to get away in time. The Yonbai Jinchuriki was knocked backwards and hit the ground hard. He hissed in pain. Old man! Naruto's eyes widened. Shukaku raised his claw and pointed it at the downed Jinchuriki. Sand moved forward rapidly towards him in the shape of a hand. As the sand was about to reach him and grab him, Rashi stood up. His own hand was then surrounded by molten rock. Rashi punched the incoming sand directly, destroying it instantaneously. He then made a series of hand signs before releasing a barrage of molten lava rocks from his mouth directly at Shukaku. The balls collided with the Tanuki's body, causing it to stop moving and wince slightly in pain. Naruto, with Rashi here, let's try getting you atop Shukaku one more time the same way we have been trying. Han suggested as he charged Shukaku, seeing an opportunity to strike. The Gobi Jinchuriki delivered a steam-augmented kick to the Tanuki's stomach, causing him to wince and lean back slightly. Naruto proceeded to jump back on the Biju's tail and began to climb up it again. Quit trying this! Shukaku hissed. It's not going to dash. Lava style, melting apparition jutsu. The Ichibai's comments were interrupted as Rashi released a fast-moving lava-like acid from his mouth. The acid made direct contact with Shukaku's body, causing it to shout in pain from the burning. Shukaku seems to be sensitive to high temperatures, for some reason. If Rashi keeps attacking him like that, and I join him, then maybe we can make enough of a distraction for Naruto to attack Gaara. Han rationalized his plan. He then lowered the mask on his face before making his own set of hand signs. Boil style, skilled mist jutsu. Han breathed out a corrosive, steam-like mist from his mouth that moved through the air rapidly. The mist collided with Shukaku's body at the same location Rashi attacked him at. Fucking hot! Shukaku cursed, closing his eyes further. Both Iwa Jonin continued to attack the Ichibai with their jutsus, applying as much heat as they could and keep him distracted. Naruto took advantage of Shukaku's stunned state to continue climbing the Biju's body. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki was past his back and was about to start climbing the Tanuki's neck. Quit it already! The Ichibai growled. Shukaku lifted his foot before slamming it on the ground. Sand spikes developed under the ground, directly beneath Rashi and Han. The two Jinchuriki weren't able to get away in time and were impaled immediately by the rising sand spike. Both Rashi and Han gasped in pain and both Jinchuriki proceeded to cough up blood. They attempted to pull themselves off the spike, but found themselves unable to do so. The sand was seemingly holding them in place on their spikes. Now that the Iwa shinobi were no longer distracting him, Shukaku turned his attention to Naruto. The blonde had now managed to get up past his neck and was now running on his head towards Gaara's body. The Biju narrowed his eyes. Sand on his head rushed forward and quickly grabbed Naruto's body. Shukaku then tossed the Konoha shinobi off his head towards Han and Rashi. Sand shuriken. The Biju made a throwing gesture with his claw, releasing multiple shuriken made of sand. The weapons collided with Naruto's body, pinning the Kyuubi Jinchuriki on the ground in between Han and Rashi. Blood started to pour out from his arm and legs, the locations where the shuriken hit. The blonde cursed quietly from the pain. Now, let's see if I can kill all three of you at once. Shukaku grinned as the Biju opened his mouth and started to prepare his Bijutama. Rashi, use more of my power now, or you are going to die. The Yonbai roared in Rashi's head. Han. I know you normally don't like hearing my input, but now is not the time for arguing. Use another tael's worth of my chakra to defend yourself. The Gobi ordered his Jinchuriki. Both Iwa Jonin accepted the words from their Biju and channeled more of their chakra. Another tael of chakra developed on their chakra shrouds, bringing Han to 2 taels and Rashi to 3 taels respectively. Upon receiving this extra chakra, both shinobi went through a series of hand signs. Ninja art, steam barrier jutsu. Lava Style, Melting Apparition Jutsu. Han released a massive amount of steam from his furnace that surrounded the three Jinchuriki and formed a defensive dome around them. Rashi, in addition, breathed out the lava-like acid. Instead of attacking with it, however, Rashi made a gesture with his hands and expanded it. The lava-like acid surrounded the group underneath the steam, forming another protective wall. Once Shukaku finished charging his attack, he released his Bijutama. The sphere of black and white chakra collided with the defenses released by Han and Rashi. Both Jinchuriki continued to release more steam and lava, trying to strengthen their defense and prevent the attack from colliding with them. Roughly a minute passed by before the Bijutama finally faded away. With the jutsu no longer attacking them, Han and Rashi released their defensive jutsus. When the steam and lava disappeared, they, along with Naruto, were completely unharmed from Shukaku's attack. How? That's not possible! Shukaku shouted in surprise. Taking advantage of Shukaku's surprise, Han and Rashi released more steam and lava that quickly surrounded the sand spikes that held them down and the shuriken that were holding Naruto down. Their techniques caused the sand to dissipate, freeing all three shinobi. Both Iwa Jonin, however, were starting to look exhausted. Holding back that attack of his, took more out of me than I thought, even with the Goba's extra chakra. Han commented in between heavy breathing. Same. I don't know if I could do that again. Rashi mentioned. Naruto closed his eyes in deep thought as he tried to piece together something that they could do to Shukaku. Their strategy so far of having Naruto climb the Biju's body while Han and Rashi distracted him had failed 3 times. Even though the Uzumaki was getting closer each time, it wasn't enough. They couldn't afford a 4th failure. There needed to be another way to reach Gaara and wake him up. Wait. Another way. Naruto's eyes widened as a thought entered his head. Maybe that'd work. We're approaching this the wrong way. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki spoke up, getting the attention of the Iwa Jonin. We're way too focused on trying to move up Shukaku and get to Gaara. That's not going to work. What we need to do is bring Gaara down to us. 1000 Bee Stings Jutsu. The swarm of bees surrounding Oniki charged forward at the man, releasing their stingers at him once again. The sand-aimed Tsuchikage continued to dodge each attack, being careful not to be hit even once. This was, however, much more difficult than before. The longer I keep this up, the more tired I'm going to become. I'll eventually get hit and die to the poison. Oniki realized. I need to neutralize his bees. Maybe. Oniki quickly flew into the air as fast as he could. While making his ascent, the sand-aimed Tsuchikage was making hand signs. The bees followed right behind, trying to reach up to him. Dust Style, Atomic Dismantling, Pillar. The Tsuchikage lowered his hands, pointing them at the approaching bees. A 3-dimensional pillar, similar to his cubes, appeared and extended forward. The bees were then completely surrounded inside of it. They proceeded to fly forward against the pillar, but were unable to break free. Interesting. I presume you're going to blow up my bees then with that jutsu of yours. Ishikawa noted with a frown on his face. That maybe would have worked against them while my bees and I were alive, but we're dead. They, like me, are Edo Tensei constructs. My bees will revive, just like how I would if you somehow kill me. I know it won't kill them. That was never the intent. However, that doesn't mean they'll be able to break out of my jutsu. Oniki explained with a smirk on his face. Realization dawned on Ishikawa's face exactly what Oniki had done. The shot-aimed Tsuchikage immediately grinned in response. So you'll keep them inside and remove them as a factor from the battle overall. Excellent thinking, Oniki. My most devastating techniques aren't usable without my bees. The grin faded from his lips as he felt his body making more hand signs. However, you're not done with your battle yet. I have more tricks up my sleeves than just my bee-related ninjutsu. I know about your skill with earth-style ninjutsu. You even helped create some of the mountain formations that surround our village. Oniki commented, his smirk growing. He then proceeded to make a series of hand signs identical to the ones his predecessor was making. I may take this opportunity to just see how my skills with the earth element compare to yours. Show me everything you got, young one. Even though I can tell I was not summoned with my full strength, you'll need to use everything you are capable of if you wish to match me. Ishikawa answered as he and his successor finished their hand signs. Earth style, stone manifestation. 2 sets of tiles rose into the air. They then started to change shape until they formed into large boulders. Each set of boulders surrounded the Tsuchikage that created them. After creating his boulders, Ishikawa then used a technique similar to Onaki's and made his body lighter, giving him the ability to fly. The shot-aimed Tsuchikage flew into the air, with the boulders surrounding him. He then faced Onaki directly. Both shinobi said no words. They raised their hands forward, causing one of the boulders surrounding them to move forward towards the other. The boulders collided against each other, breaking apart and creating multiple smaller rocks. Onaki and Ishikawa then rushed forward in the air, ready to truly begin their battle of Earth-style ninjutsu. Alright, it's finished. Now, how many more strokes do I have left? Jiraiya questioned. Just a few more. Tobirama answered immediately. The next stroke is dash. My body's finished reforming. Hashirama shouted. Oh come on. Jiraiya nearly shouted in exasperation. The Toad Sage's battle had started to fall into a pattern. After following Tobirama's and Hashirama's advice on how to avoid or counter their jutsus, he would use an explosive tag or one of his fire-related jutsus to destroy their bodies. Then, while they were reforming, he would receive instruction from Tobirama on how to construct the necessary seal to end the Edo Tensei. Unfortunately, the bodies of the deceased Hokage would reform before Jiraiya could get too many strokes done. Therefore, he'd have to put the scroll away and focus on battling again. While this was a tedious process for Jiraiya, it was also draining. Even though the deceased Hokage were not revived with their full strength, they were still strong enough to keep Jiraiya in constant pressure. The Toad Sage was exhausted and was getting worried that he would be unable to continue for too much longer. Despite his exhaustion, the Sunin put away the scroll for a moment and prepared to fight just as the bodies of the Shadaime and Nidaime Hokage reformed. Careful again, Jiraiya. The next jutsu I'm using is one of my most devastating. Hashirama warned as he ran through another set of hand signs. Wood style, Wood Dragon Jutsu. After finishing his hand signs, Hashirama created a gigantic wooden dragon. The dragon rotated around the bodies of the deceased Hokage for a few moments before it rushed forward and attacked Jiraiya, opening its mouth to bite down on him. The Sunin jumped away just before being bitten. Destroy its head with any strong technique you know and you'll destroy the dragon. Hashirama shouted his advice. The Toad Sage nodded in understanding. He continued to jump from tree to tree across the battlefield, avoiding the wood dragon's attacks. After a few seconds of positioning, the Sunin brought his hands to his mouth. He released a giant, sticky oil bullet from his mouth that landed directly on the dragon's head. He then started to make a set of hand signs, but his actions were interrupted as the dragon turned around and captured him by swirling around his body. Get out of there. Now. Tobirama ordered as he felt his hands clap together. Water style, water colliding wave. Shit. Hurry up, you old toad. Jiraiya mentally yelled at himself. He pulled his hands out of the dragon's grip and continued his hand signs. Fire style, Toad Oil Flame Bullet. Jiraiya released a flaming bullet from his mouth that made direct contact with the wooden dragon's head. It ignited with the oil on its head, creating a massive conflagration. The resulting flames destroyed the dragon's head, causing the wooden body to crumble immediately. Now that his body was freed, Jiraiya was able to react to the approaching, colossal wave released from Tobirama's jutsu. The Toad Sage jumped out of the way in time and proceeded to move across the battlefield as Tobirama continued to control the wave, causing it to chase the man. They're exhausting me. It's taking everything I got to dodge or defend myself from their attacks. I have to do more than just destroy their bodies. I need them immobile. Jiraiya realized. I never used it in combat before, but I suppose it's about time I try and finally use it. Jiraiya jumped forward towards Hashirama and Tobirama. The two immediately got into stances, ready to fight him head-on. The Toad Sage, however, jumped away again before they could land a punch on them. He landed right behind them and placed two sealing talismans with the kanji for fire on their backs. Once the talismans were placed, he made a singular hand sign. Fuinjutsu, spinning flame restriction. The sealing talismans lit up, releasing massive flames that surrounded the skin of the deceased Hokage. The flames held both of them in place while, at the same time, burning into their skin. Both Hashirama and Tobirama attempted to move, but found that they were unable to. The flames are doing more than just burning. They are preventing us from moving our bodies at all. They're holding us in place. Hashirama noted with excitement. The Shadame Hokage, due to his wife Mito, had a fascination with interesting Fuinjutsu. What an incredible technique. Just designed it. This is its first tested battle. Jiraiya acknowledged. Regardless, I don't have time to talk about it. The flames in the tags are limited and will get extinguished eventually. If we hurry, though, I can maybe finish creating the seal. He then proceeded to pull out the scroll from his pocket. Naidame-sama, please continue. Of course. Tobirama nodded his head in understanding as he continued his instructions. Hiya! Both Hiruzen and Orochimaru were, once again, in a stalemate. The Sandaime Hokage's staff and his former student's sword were colliding against each other, with both men trying to overpower the other. Their fight was starting to drain each other. Hiruzen had cuts all over his body, from his cheek to his leg. Orochimaru was also bleeding from wounds he received from Hiruzen's staff and jutsus all over their body. Both men were breathing heavily from their never-ending fighting. I'm impressed you've lasted this long, Sarutobi-sensei, but the battle will end shortly. You'll die soon. So will Oniki and Jiraiya. And so will your precious Konohagakure. Orochimaru laughed maniacally. I would not underestimate us, Orochimaru. Hiruzen replied. I'm not. I would never make such a mistake. I see the world in a logical manner, something you fail to do, Sarutobi-sensei. You, along with the ideals of your precious village, have grown old. And everything old must die eventually. His student noted in response. I'm just accelerating the process of your death. You're right. I'm old. And one day, I will die. Probably someday within the next few years. The Sandaime Hokage admitted. But you're a fool to think my village will die by your hand. No matter what you may do, nothing will stop Konoha so long as the shinobi here possess the will of fire. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Within the stands of the Chunin Exams Stadium, Heitake Kakashi and Uchiha Sasuke released massive fireballs directly at approaching Oto and Suna shinobi. Many of the ninjas that were approaching them were unable to get away from the approaching fire and were hit head-on by the jutsus. Many died from burns almost immediately after. After their attacks, they both continued to look around the area for more opponents, using their Sharingan in preparation for any possible attacks. I am impressed at how much you have improved, Sasuke. Our training really has done well for you. Kakashi praised his student, letting a small smile grace his lips underneath his mask. Enough to fight off these invaders. Sasuke replied as he turned his attention towards Asuna shinobi that had managed to avoid his fireball. The Uchiha had managed to block the approaching shinobi's fist and counterattacked with a punch. His attack managed to knock the shinobi down the stands, causing him to hit his heart against the chairs a few levels down. Don't let up even for a second. Kakashi ordered. Keep using the same force. We must protect the people here at all costs. Right. His student nodded as he focused his Sharingan eyes at another approaching Suna shinobi. They'll pay for trying to invade Konoha. Demonic illusion, tree-binding death. Kurane, after activating her jutsu, disappeared to the eyes of the Oto shinobi around her. Immediately afterwards, they felt themselves being grabbed by the roots of a tree that had appeared behind them. The shinobi all struggled and screamed, trying to pull themselves away, but were unable to fight back. After capturing them in her genjutsu, rushed over to the Oto shinobi. She pulled out a kunai and slit the throats of each shinobi. In a few seconds, all of the shinobi that were trapped in her genjutsu were lying on the ground, dead. How are you doing, Ibiki? She asked, turning her head to face her friend. The woman noticed Ibiki was strangling Asuna shinobi with a chain. The Takubetsu Jonin studied the face of his opponent intently, making note of his desperation and agony. After a few seconds, Ibiki finally tightened his grip on his chains further, causing them to dig deeper into the Suna-Chunin's neck and snapping it, killing him instantly. I'm fine. Just wishing I had a little more time to spend with these shinobi. There's too many around to focus on just one. That means I can't use my Iron Maiden or any of my fun weapons on them. Ibiki replied with a groan of disappointment. Sometimes I forget that you share Anko's sadism. Sometimes I wonder if every member in the TNI department is as bad as you two. Kurane commented with a sigh. It comes with the job requirements. If you don't love it before your job, you'll definitely love it over time. Ibiki chuckled in response. His eyes then hardened at the sight of more approaching Oto and Suna shinobi. But regardless, these invaders deserve all of the pain and torture that they can possibly get. They will all suffer for trying to harm the village. I agree with that. Kurane nodded her head in understanding as a grin developed on her face, a slightly sadistic one that would make Anko proud. She then started to make hand signs, preparing a genjutsu for the next set of shinobi that would attack her. Then I'll try and emulate you and Anko and see if I can enjoy bringing these invaders pain. Ibiki's only response was a chuckle as he gripped the chain in his hands tightly, ready for his next opponent. This way, men. The granddaughter of the Tsuchikage should still be in the infirmary and should be too weak to fight. If we kidnap her, then we have some ransom over IWA after the invasion is over. Asuna shinobi informed a squadron of shinobi with him. The squad of Suna shinobi moved through the hallways of the stadium rooms, looking for the infirmary and for any Konoha shinobi that could get in their way. After a few minutes of searching, they finally found the door to the infirmary. The men looked at each other and smirked, ready to kidnap Kuratsuki. Ninja art, poison darts jutsu. Just as the leader of the squad was about to open the door to the room, he, along with his men, felt a strong, stinging sensation in their neck. They all proceeded to turn around and look around the hallway for their attacker. Show yourself. One of the Suna shinobi hissed. Before he could wait for an answer, the man felt himself growing more and more tired. The world started to spin around for him. A few seconds passed by before he passed out on the ground. His fellow shinobi started to fall as well. In a matter of seconds, the only shinobi that was conscious was the leader of the squadron. The Suna shinobi, however, felt his own consciousness slowly starting to fade. Just as he was about to pass out, he noticed Yaomuzi-Roto, along with the Konoha medical shinobi, appear in the hallway from seemingly out of nowhere. How? Where did you all come from? The squad commander croaked out before succumbing to the poison in his system. We've been here the whole time. One of the medical shinobi commented, shaking his head in disgust. I'm surprised that not even a single shinobi in this squad sensed any of us. I suppose it says something about our skill that we all fooled a whole squad. Another medical shinobi noted with a chuckle. He then turned his attention to Roto. Good job on your own stealth, kid. Keep developing that and I have no doubt you'll become one of the best shinobi your village has to offer. Thank you, sir. Roto bowed in gratitude after receiving the compliment. He then walked over to one of the bodies of the unconscious Suna shinobi and pulled out a kunao and pressed it against the shinobi's throat. Anyway, we should kill them now before they wake up. Then get back into position if another squad comes running down this hallway. The medical shinobi around him nodded and pulled out their own kunao. Together, the group slit the throats of all the unconscious shinobi. Once they had finished, they each activated a jutsu and appeared to seemingly become invisible. They all looked around the hallway, waiting for another set of shinobi to come by. Suna and Oto, send another squad. I'll make sure they fail. Roto told himself, trying to make himself more confident. Not a single one of you will get to one of my teammates. I'll make sure of that. In the center of the Chunin Exams Stadium, Anko and Beiki were continuing their taijutsu fight. Anko ducked, avoiding a punch by Beiki, and proceeded to do a sweeping kick. The Suna Jonin jumped and moved backwards to avoid her attack. The Konoha Takubutsu Jonin proceeded to charge him again, trying to land a punch. Beiki blocked her fist with his arm. His action caused him to wince from the burning pain of Anko's flare aura. This is getting nowhere. I have her right next to me. I need to take advantage of this and win. Beiki told himself. He resisted the pain and proceeded to grab Anko's arm with his right hand, pulling her closer to him. He then raised his left hand upwards. Blade of Wind Hurricane. The Suna Jonin released heavily concentrated amounts of wind from his hands. The winds combined together into a hurricane-like storm that surrounded both him and Anko. The winds blew through the area, cutting into anything they made contact with. Anko winced in pain as she felt the wind cut deep into her skin, causing her to bleed further. Despite her pain, however, she couldn't help a small grin developing on her face. You made a mistake getting me inside your wind. This jutsu may have been strong enough to extinguish my flames from the outside, but from the inside? And up so close to the winds? She questioned to herself as she made hand signs. Fire style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. Anko breathed out a massive amount of fire from her mouth that hit the hurricane-like winds around her. The impact of the jutsu caused the winds to become enflamed, creating a massive tornado-like firestorm surrounding both shinobi. What? Beiki's eyes widened at the sight. Fire style, Widespread Ruin. The firestorm surrounding both Beiki and Anko closed in on them, completely encasing the two of them in the fire. Due to the aura of flames that had surrounded her, Anko did not feel any burns or pain from the fire around her. Beiki, on the other hand, was still surrounded by the wind he used to augment his taijutsu. His body quickly caught on fire and, despite his efforts, was unable to be put out. Ah! He screamed in pain. Beiki continued to struggle for a few moments to fight off the burning and put out the flames. His efforts failed, however, and after a few minutes, the Suna Jonin fell to the ground, dead. The flames remained and continued to burn at his body. Realizing that her opponent was dead, Anko cancelled her jutsu and ended the firestorm. She took a hard look at the body of Beiki before she sighed in relief. The Takubutsu Jonin then turned her attention upward, towards the sky. Hey, rest in peace, my friend. She prayed. Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu. Around 100 clones of Naruto appeared in a poof smoke. All of them appeared in front of the three Jinchuriki and each clone possessed the same demonic chakra cloak that the original Naruto possessed. Shikaka looked at them in slight interest. All you did was just give me more targets to hit. Make as many clones as you want. You're just wasting your time. The Biju taunted as he made a throwing gesture with his claws. Sand Shuriken. The Ichibai tossed another series of sand shuriken towards the three Jinchuriki and the clones. A few of the clones were unable to get away in time and were dispelled upon impact, but the majority of them, along with Naruto, Han, and Rashi, were able to avoid the attack. The group then ran towards the giant Tanuki. Naruto, along with his clones, made a series of hand signs before jumping into the air. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. Naruto, along with each of his surviving clones, unleashed a powerful gust of wind from their mouth. Each individual blast of wind made contact with Shikaku's body, causing him to move back slightly. Repeat that again, Naruto. Now it's your turn to join in, Han. Rashi spoke with a grin. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. Erupting Strong Foot. Naruto and his clones released another set of gusts of wind towards Shikaku. The Ichibai, in response, rooted his feet into the ground to prevent himself from being pushed back by the wind. His efforts failed, however, as Han jumped towards him and delivered a powerful, steam-augmented kick to his stomach. The sheer force of his kick knocked the Biju off balance. He was then knocked back further by the wind released from Naruto and his clones. The Biju was struggling to remain standing. And now it's my turn. Naruto, start hurrying over towards him. Rashi called out to the Konoha Genin. He then took a step forward, slamming his foot hard onto the ground. Lava style, Plume Eruption. The ground underneath Shikaku's body started to crack. A tall lava plume shot out, making direct contact with the off-balance Tanuki. While the lava did burn the Biju and cause slight pain, the sudden impact forced the Tanuki to fall to the ground, creating a massive crater upon impact. Seeing the opening that he had been looking for, Naruto had his clones grab his body and toss him over towards the fallen Shikaku. He reached the Biju fast, landing on his head. He then hurried over as fast as he could towards Gaara's sleeping body at the top of his head. I have to hurry before Shikaku wakes up. I have to hurry. Naruto repeated this mantra to himself as he finally reached Gaara. He raised his fist as he made the final steps towards him. Wake the fuck up. Naruto's fist made direct contact with Gaara's face. The force of his attack caused the red-haired genin's eyes to open up as he registered the pain. He was now wide awake and looking at Naruto in disbelief. "I am possible," Gaara mumbled. Upon the awakening of Gaara, Shukaku's body started to fall apart. The Tanuki was starting to re-enter the conscience of his Jinchuriki. "No! This can't be happening. I was just released." Shukaku screamed. Despite his protests, the Ichibai was unable to do anything. The sand body started to disappear and his mind returned to his Jinchuriki. In a few seconds, Shukaku vanished from the world around him, leaving the four Jinchuriki alone on the battlefield. "It's finished." Jiraiya sighed in relief as he studied the scroll in his hand one last time, making sure all of the strokes looked perfect. There could not be a single mistake with anything if he wanted the jutsu to work. To break the seal, you need to make the hand signs for Edo Tensei in reverse, and then tap the seal on the scroll. The hand signs are dragon, dog, snake, then tiger. Tobirama informed the Toad Sage. "One scroll should be enough for our souls and the soul of the Shodaime Tsuchikage." Jiraiya nodded in understanding to the Nidaime Hokage's words. He then made the four necessary hand signs before tapping his finger on the seal he had created. The seal started to light up, changing from its blood-red color to white. The bodies of Hashirama and Tobirama then started to slowly fade away, starting from their feet. Both Senju men sighed in relief, knowing that the Edo Tensei was finally broken. "You truly are skilled with Fuinjutsu, Jiraiya," Hashirama commented with a grin on his face. "My darling Mito-chan would most likely love to meet you one day, when you eventually join us in the afterlife. Don't mind me, but I'll push that meeting for a later day. I still got a few things I need to for Konoha, after all." Jiraiya responded with a laugh. "You've done well, Jiraiya. Truly, you are one of the greats of your day," Tobirama praised. For the first time since he was summoned into the world of the living, the Nidaime Hokage smiled. "Continue to help Konoha stay strong. And make sure that the man who summoned us here dies, either by your hand or Saru's hand. I'll do what I can. I promise you both." The Sunin bowed his head at the words of the Nidaime. In a matter of seconds, the physical bodies of the former Hokage disappeared. The souls of Hashirama and Tobirama were sealed within the scroll. With both men gone, Jiraiya picked up the scroll and rushed over to the nearby battle between Oniki and Ishikawa. "What's going on?" Ishikawa questioned, his eyes wide in surprise. "Is the Edo Tensei over?" The Shodaime Tsuchikage had been in the process of making hand signs for an earth-style jutsu to use against Oniki. His body, however, stopped moving. His body was starting to disappear, starting from his feet. He then turned his head to the side and noticed that his bees that were still trapped by Oniki's jutsu, like him, were also starting to disappear. Oniki took a second to turn his head and noticed Jiraiya standing to the side of their battle. The Sandaime Tsuchikage grinned in response. It seems that the Sandaime Hokage student is skilled enough with Fuinjutsu to cancel this technique after all. Oniki noted. What a relief. Such a jutsu should not even exist. The dead should remain dead. Ishikawa noted, shaking his head in disgust at the concept of the jutsu. But, I must admit, I am glad that this happened. It was a joy to see you again, Oniki, and to see how strong you have come. I can already tell that IWA will continue to thrive with you as their leader, and for whoever you choose to succeed you. I simply am trying to follow your example, Ishikawa-sama. The Sandaime Tsuchikage replied, his grin turning into a more sincere smile. Whatever you are doing, it is working. Keep IWA strong, Oniki. I will enjoy meeting you again in the afterlife years later. We'll have much to discuss about our village, I believe. Ishikawa chuckled to himself. A few more seconds passed away before Ishikawa's body completely disappeared. His soul joined the souls of Hashirama and Tobirama within Jiraiya's scroll. With the deceased cage gone, Jiraiya and Oniki headed towards Orochimaru and Hiruzen, ready to assist the Sandaime Hokage in his fight. What? Orochimaru's eyes widened as felt the connection with the deceased cage vanish. Where? How? It seems you realize exactly what's happened, haven't you? Hiruzen spoke with a grin on his face. Konoha will not fall to you, Orochimaru. Jiraiya and Onaki-san defeated the Edo Tensei summons. My shinobi are surely defeating yours. This invasion was a mistake on your part. Taking advantage of Orochimaru's shock, Hiruzen pushed back further with his staff. He knocked Orochimaru back, causing the sword to fall out of his hands. The Sandaime Hokage reacted quickly and swung his staff again at the sword, knocking it further away from their battle. How did all of this happen? Everything was calculated perfectly. Orochimaru hissed in his head. Too many unforeseen variables, the presence of Iwagakure, Onaki's decision to fight with Konoha, the inability to remove the thoughts of the former Kage, had arisen and made his plans fall apart. I'm not dying here. The invasion is, henceforth, aborted. I have to get out of here, with the right distraction. Release the barrier. Orochimaru shouted to his subordinates. He then immediately bit his thumb before slamming it on the ground. Summoning Jutsu. Just as the Sound 4 removed the barrier around the balcony, a massive purple snake with black rings along its body appeared on the balcony. The snake surrounded Orochimaru's body and looked around at the people around him. Manda, consider this whole village a sacrifice to you and your kind. Take as many lives as you wish. Orochimaru informed the snake. You were generous with this selection, Orochimaru. The snake, Manda, hissed as he continued to look around. Due to his height, he could see well into the village and could, therefore, see many people. This is a worthy sacrifice. Spend as much time here as you please. The snake Sunin smirked as he started to jump away from the battlefield, along with the Sound 4. Jiraiya quickly moved to follow Orochimaru and his subordinates, but he was stopped by Manda. The giant snake slammed his tail into Jiraiya's body, knocking him backwards on the balcony. You're Jiraiya, are you not? I can smell the dim odor all toads have. You reek of Gamabuntat, in particular. Manda commented in disgust. You'll be my first target here. Shit. Jiraiya cursed in his head. Jiraiya, Onaki-san, I ask that you two remain here. Please, defeat Manda and prevent him from killing any of the people in this village. Hiruzen requested. I take it you're going after your student. Onaki asked. I'm not just going after him. I am going to kill him. The Sandaime Hokage replied sharply, gripping his staff tightly in his hands. With those words, Hiruzen followed behind Orochimaru and his subordinates. Onaki and Jiraiya were left behind. The two men exchanged a look between each other before they both nodded. Are you going to summon any of your toads to deal with this guy? Or are you going to be like me and fight him the old-fashioned way, by yourself? Onaki asked the Sunin as prepared to fight the snake. I'd normally not pass up the offer and would give him a fight by myself, just like you, but this is Manda we're talking about. I feel Gamabunta would kill me if I didn't give him the opportunity to get even and kill the snake. Jiraiya commented with a smirk as he bit his thumb. Manda. Anko's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of the boss snake atop the balcony. The Takubitsu Jonin's eyes narrowed at the giant snake as she prepared to engage it. Before she could jump up and help with the fighting, she noticed 5 figures jump off the balcony and head towards the forest and the village exit. Her eyes focused on them and narrowed further. The curse mark on her neck reacted at the mere sight of the figures. She knew immediately who was in that group. Orochimaru. She hissed internally. The woman noticed another figure jump off the balcony and follow them. She recognized the man as Sarutobi Hiruzen. At the sight of her Hokage chasing Orochimaru, Anko quickly started to follow. She pulled out a soldier pill from her pocket and put it in her mouth in preparation for the upcoming battle. 5 against 1 is not good odds, Hokage-sama. I'll help out in any way I can. Anko told herself. She moved right behind the group, trying to catch up to them. Orochimaru. Manda wasn't able to distract them all. Sarutobi's following us. Orochimaru nearly growled in his head. I need him to be distracted more so I can get out of this village. The Hokage is approaching us. I need you 4 to engage him and distract him. The Snake Sunin spoke to his subordinates. Orochimaru-sama. One of his subordinates, Kodomaru, blinked in confusion. The very idea of fighting the Sandaime Hokage without Orochimaru was akin to a death sentence. This is not a suicidal order. I know that fool of a leader. He won't try and kill you because he thinks you all could give him information on me. He'll imprison you, yes, but won't kill. I need you all to distract him so I can flee. Once I am out of the village, I will order Kabuto to break you four out and get you out of the village. Just make sure that Monkey and I do not fight. He will try and kill me and I die, then he will have no reason to spare your lives as well. We understand, Orochimaru-sama. Another subordinate, Seikon, responded. Everybody, let's do this. The Sound Four proceeded to stop moving and prepared to engage the Sandaime Hokage once he arrived. Orochimaru, on the other hand, continued to move towards the exit of the village as fast as he could. I wonder if I'm right about Sarutobi sparing them. It wouldn't be much of a loss to lose those four, but I would have to go and recruit more shinobi to take their place. Orochimaru thought about the situation in his head. He then started to grit his teeth in anger. I'll need to improve my own skills before I come back. I need to make sure I know enough jutsu to account for any variables coming up again. A few seconds passed by before Orochimaru stopped gritting his teeth. Instead, a grin developed on his face. But I suppose it doesn't matter, in the end. I accomplished my original goal and sowed the seeds for Sasuke to come to me. I'll have my next body soon enough and will be one step closer to my goals. Orochimaru continued on his pursuit out of the village, uninterrupted. He could feel Sarutobi's presence no longer following him, meaning that the Sound Four were distracting him. He could, however, feel another presence starting to follow him. The person was moving towards him at a rapid rate. He could also feel a small trace of his own chakra within the person. Realization dawned on Orochimaru's face about who was approaching him. So, she wants to engage me, I guess. He realized. The Snake Sunin debated in his mind whether he had the time to truly fight the target approaching him. However, the figure continued to get closer. The question was answered for him, he was going to have one more fight before he could get out of the village. Orochimaru stopped moving and stood on the ground in the middle of the clearing. A second passed by before his pursuer arrived. Anko-chan. It's been a while, hasn't it? Orochimaru questioned with a chuckle. I wish we could have met under better terms, but I'm in a bit of a rush. We're just going to have to make this quick. Mitarashi Anko did not give an immediate response to her former teacher. Instead, she made a few hand signs, using her ninja art, Flare Aura. Her body was completely surrounded, once again, by red flames. Once her jutsu was complete, she glared at Orochimaru, her eyes containing nothing but hate and anger that had been building up for years. If you're busy, I'll make this as quick as I can. Anko hissed. Orochimaru, today is the day you die. Chapter 32, Anko and Orochimaru. Since his battle with Temari, Shikamaru started to walk towards the battlefield with Shukaku. His body was still weak and he was moving at a very slow rate. Still, he was starting to get back of his strength and with each passing second, he began to move a little faster. Hopefully at this rate, I'll have enough strength to fight a bit. Or at the very least, I'll be able to give input and strategies to help take down the Biju and not get in the way. Shikamaru thought to himself. Shikamaru-kun. The Nara's thoughts and plans were interrupted by the voice of his teammate, Hinata. The Hyuga heiress arrived on the ground of the forest, standing directly in front of him. She then rushed over to his side to check his wounds. Hinata, what are you doing here? Where's Naruto and Han? Shikamaru asked her. They're with Shukaku, I'd assume. Hinata answered with a frown on her face, her eyes moving towards the Tanuki in the distance. It was hard to tell from their position, but it appeared as if the Biju was losing his balance and seemed like he would fall to the ground. After looking at the Biju for a moment, she turned her attention back to her teammate. I followed your example and fought one of the Suna shinobi so they could continue to chase Gaara. I was on my way to the battlefield to try and help them, but I saw you in the corner of my vision and I wanted to see how you were doing after your fight. Corner of her vision? How far does your Byakugan's vision go again, Hinata? Shikamaru wondered, impressed by his friend's eyes. The thought passed, however, and he returned to the subject at hand. I'm fine. I'm sore and can't move as fast I'd like, but I'm fine. Fine isn't the word I'd use for you. You look really exhausted and weak, Shikamaru-kun. Hinata commented with a frown. Yeah, but not exhausted enough that I can't contribute and help Naruto out. The Nara pointed out to her. Come on, we need to get over there. You're right. Naruto-kun and Han-san need our help. Hinata nodded in agreement. The Hyuga heiress proceeded to pick up Shikamaru's body and put him on her back. His eyes widened. Hinata, what are you dash? This'll be faster. I can move faster than you can right now. She told him. Shikamaru opened his mouth to protest, but the words died on his tongue as they heard a loud noise. They turned their attention and noticed that Shukaku had, indeed, fallen on the battlefield. They also started to notice that the Biju's body was starting to fall apart. The two were uncertain what was happening over there, but they knew they needed to see what was going on and if Naruto and Han needed help. With that thought, they wordlessly began to head in the direction of the battlefield, with Hinata carrying Shikamaru on her back. Spiderweb unrolling. Hiruzen, who had been in pursuit of Orochimaru, was forced to stop his chase and jump out of the way of an approaching, large spider web. After avoiding the spider web, he landed on the ground. Another smaller web was sent flying towards him. He quickly used his staff to cut through the web. He then looked forward with narrowed eyes. You can come out. I know you were waiting for me. Hiruzen shouted. Almost immediately, the 4 members of the Sound Four jumped out of hiding. They all surrounded the Sandaime Hokage and were prepared to engage him. Orochimaru isn't with you? Do you all think you can take me on? Hiruzen questioned angrily. His arrogance seems to have been inherited by those who follow him. I'll say this once, get out of my way or I will kill all of you. We're not being an arrogant. Seikon spoke up with determination in his eyes. This is an order from Orochimaru-sama, and we will follow his word to the death. There isn't a damn thing you can tell us that'll change our minds. Teiwa hissed at the Hokage. Don't even bother intimidating us. Hiruzen, for the first time since he saw them, truly studied the individual members of the Sound Four. He looked at them, judging how much of a threat they'd be to him. His eyes, however, stopped at the sight of Teiwa. They widened exponentially as they focused on her face and hair. Is she? Everybody, we're engaging the Hokage. Don't hold back for a second. Hurry to the second stage. Seikon shouted. The other 3 members of the Sound Four nodded at his request. Shortly, their bodies were covered by black markings from their curse marks. Soon, their entire bodies began to change shape. Their skin tone changed and they each grew demonic-looking features. Hiruzen quickly focused back on the situation at hand. He looked around at the members of the Sound Four in disgust. So, this is another example of Orochimaru's research. How revolting. I truly did a disservice to the world by letting him live. The Sandaime Hokage shook his head, pushing those thoughts out of his head. He looked forward at the shinobi around him with focus in his eyes. I'll repeat myself one more time, get out of my way, or I will kill you all. I don't have time to waste here. The response of the Sound Four was to charge Hiruzen together. He sighed in frustration as he gripped his staff tightly. If that's your choice, then fine. I'll make this quick. Summoning Jutsu. Appearing atop the Hokage balcony, directly in front of Manda, was a large, dusty red toad with a scar over its left eye. The toad was wearing a blue vest, had a blade attached to its hip, and had a pipe in its mouth. Jiraiya and Oniki were standing directly on top of the toad's head. Gamabunta, it's been a while since I summoned you. Normally I'd offer some sake as sacrifice, but right now isn't the time. We have an issue. Jiraiya informed the toad, directing his attention towards the giant snake in front of them. The first battle you summon me for in years is against Manda. You sure know how to pick your fights, Jiraiya. The toad, Gamabunta, commented with a chuckle. I'm fine with doing a fight without a drink. You can pay me back later if you wish. For now, I'd like to take advantage of a fight with this damn snake. You really think you can take me, Toad? Manda hissed at the sight of Gamabunta. You're a fool, and it's time you die today. You, your summoner, and the people of this village will perish. I'll make sure to relish the taste as I eat everything here. It is you who is going to perish, snake. I needed a new wallet, and I suppose your skin will do fine for that role. Gamabunta taunted. Manda was the first to make a move. The large, purple snake quickly charged the toad in an attempt to bite it. The toad grabbed onto the snake's mouth before he could bite down, stopping his attack. The two struggled against each other, trying to overpower the over with their brute strength, before they both fell off the balcony. Jiraiya and Oniki jumped off Gamabunta's head just in time to watch the two boss summons fall into the central battle within the Chunin Exams Stadium. Both Jiraiya and Oniki jumped down as well, prepared to assist the toad in his fight against Manda. Wait, this is a perfect opportunity. An idea entered Jiraiya's head. He then quickly turned his attention towards Oniki. That dust release of yours can create a three-dimensional world that can only be destroyed by your command, right? Trap us all inside the center of the arena. That way, Manda can't escape and we can prevent as little damage to the village as possible. Oniki nodded at Jiraiya's suggestion. He then proceeded to run through hand signs. Dust style, atomic dismantling, pillar. A large three-dimensional pillar surrounded the battlefield within the Chunin Exams. The two men, along with Gamabunta and Manda, were now trapped inside until Oniki released the jutsu. Perfect. Now we can focus solely on destroying this snake. Jiraiya smirked as he jumped back to the top of Gamabunta's head. Oniki, you do whatever you can by yourself. I'm going to do some work with Gamabunta here. Try whatever you wish. You'll all die just the same. Manda continued to hiss. You're the one going to die. Gamabunta replied confidently. Jiraiya, let's do this. If you're busy, I'll make this as quick as I can. Anko hissed. Orochimaru, today is the day you die. Is that a new jutsu, Anko-chan? Orochimaru questioned, giving his former student a curious look. Despite the mocking tone of his voice, the Sunin was admittedly curious about Anko and her technique. Flames were surrounding her body, but she didn't appear to be burned at all. He couldn't necessarily tell the purpose for them, either. They were formed entirely from her chakra and, therefore, appeared differently than any flames he had seen before. Is the fire supposed to be armor? Is it something to strengthen her taijutsu or her fire-style jutsus? Or perhaps it is a mixture of all of that. Orochimaru wondered as a grin developed on his face. Whatever the case, you have my attention, Anko-chan. I'm curious about the nature of this jutsu of yours. Anko gave him no verbal reply to his question. Instead, her eyes narrowed on him as she made a series of hand signs. Fire style, dragon flame jutsu. She breathed out a massive amount of fire from her mouth towards her former sensei. Orochimaru quickly jumped out of the way and landed directly behind her. He then attempted to deliver a punch to her face, but Anko turned around in time and caught his fist. She then maintained her grip, preventing him from getting away. The flames that were surrounding her body starting to slowly burn Orochimaru's skin. Anko delivered a punch to Orochimaru's face, only for him to melt into a pile of mud. A clone, huh? Anko cursed. She turned her head around just in time to see Orochimaru deliver a kick to her stomach. The Takubitsu Jonin was sent backwards and hit the ground hard. The Sunin's eyes, instead of focusing on his opponent, turned to his foot. He noticed a slight burning sensation from where he kicked her. So, it's not necessarily armor since you took the full force of my attack, but it still protects you by burning your assailant. I assume it makes fighting you with taijutsu rather annoying for your opponent. Very interesting. Orochimaru commented aloud as he looked towards his student. As your former teacher, I must say, you have impressed me with this jutsu. You lost the right to call yourself teacher. Anko hissed. She pulled herself up and glared at the man in front of her. You turned your back on me and this village. You killed my teammates, your other students. Oh, don't bring them up, Anko-chan. You know I didn't kill them, intentionally. Orochimaru grinned manically in response to her accusations. But accidents happen when doing research. You should be familiar with that, no? I know that you helped with at least a few of my studies before I left this village. Don't listen to him or anything he says, Anko. He's trying to anger you. He's trying to rile you up so you make a mistake. He's toying with you. Anko told herself in her head. She took a deep breath before she raised her hand towards him. Burning shadow snake hands. 2 snakes charged forward from underneath the sleeve of Anko's coat. As they flew towards Orochimaru, they spat out fireballs towards him. The Sunin jumped away from the fireballs and then dodged the approaching snakes. He then jumped into the air and raised his own hand towards Anko. Multiple striking shadow snakes. 10 larger snakes shot forward from underneath Orochimaru's sleeves and flew at the Takubutsu Jonin. Anko jumped away from the initial snakes, but the last 2 snakes released by Orochimaru grabbed onto her body. She winced in pain as they bit down into her. The remaining snakes then struck Anko, who was unable to avoid them. The woman started to scream in pain before her body fell apart, leaving nothing but fire her place. So that was a fire elemental clone. Orochimaru realized. The Sunin began to look around the area, looking for his former student. He finally spotted her in the air directly above him. Her hands were covered entirely in the flare aura that seemed to surround her. Fire style, Hellfire Rain. The fire in her hands concentrated into fireballs. Anko proceeded to toss these fireballs rapidly at her former sensei. Orochimaru quickly started running, avoiding each of the fireballs, causing each of them to light the battlefield on fire. Realizing that her attack wasn't working, Anko clapped her hands together, causing the flames around her hands to focus around her mouth. She then breathed out a fast-moving blast of fire at her former sensei. Orochimaru prepared to move away from the attack, but the fire managed to hit his right shoulder. The Sunin winced in pain from the burn, but still managed to look over to his student in amusement. You managed to hit me. To be honest, I'm impressed. I wasn't expecting you to land a single intentional attack on me. Orochimaru commented in mock praise. Well done, Anko-chan. Stop calling me that. Anko hissed in response. I knew you hated me, but I really wasn't expecting this much fury. Have I done something to make you mad recently? Orochimaru questioned, tilting his head in thought. You invaded my village, you attempted to endanger the lives of my friends, and you also personally tried to hurt my students in the Forest of Death. Anko informed him sharply. Her eyes narrowed even further at the man in front of her. Unlike you, I give a damn about my students. They mean the world to me. Not a single soul will harm them under my watch, especially you. Do your students really mean that much to you? I'm honestly happy to see that, Anko-chan. Orochimaru noted with a malicious grin on his face. Hopefully they managed to survive this invasion. Let's hope that Asuna or Oto Shinobi didn't reach them and do something to them. Ah. Anko growled in response. She looked as if she was about to charge him again, but her body froze. The curse mark on her neck started to radiate, causing her hands to go over to her neck. Ugh. Yes. Embrace your anger and hatred, Anko. The more you hate me, the more your curse mark will react, and the faster it'll take me to kill you. The Sunin smirked, realizing his plan was working. Orochimaru took this moment to raise his hand towards his former student. Snakes, once again, rushed forward from underneath his sleeves and charged the woman. They managed to reach her while her body was still frozen. The snakes circled around her neck, arms, and legs, holding her further in place and preventing her from making hand signs. Well, I have to say, this was fun. But once again, I am busy. Sadly, this has to end now. Orochimaru taunted as he slowly walked forward to Anko's body, grinning. Anko attempted to give a verbal reply, but the snakes around her neck prevented her from talking back to him. She then proceeded to look over towards the fire around the battlefield, the fire created from her previous jutsus. Please work. Fire style, widespread ruin. The fire scattered across the battlefield moved forward on Anko's wool. The flames rushed at Orochimaru, taking him by surprise. The Sunin was forced to focus on jumping away. In the process, he broke his connection to his snakes. This gave Anko the opportunity to break free from their grip. Freeing herself, she made a singular, causing the flames to move towards Orochimaru at a faster rate. So, you can even use your elemental ninjutsu without hand signs. How impressive! You really have gotten stronger. Orochimaru commented in praise of his former student. Despite his tone of voice and the grin on his face, the man was internally fuming at the situation. She shouldn't be giving this much of a fight. Sure, she has gotten stronger, but not enough to be a threat to me. Summoning those Edo Tenseis and Manda, along with my fight with Sarutobi Sensei, must have worn me out more than I had assumed. I can't afford to waste too much time. I have to kill her now. Manda and Gamabunta continued to struggle against each other in the arena of the Chunin exams, trying to overpower the other. In an attempt to gain the advantage, the boss snake proceeded to move its body and surround Gamabunta's body. Just as the snake was about to start strangling the toad, Jiraiya reacted and made a series of hand signs. Fire style, flame bullet. Jiraiya breathed out a large bullet of fire directly at Manda's head. The snake moved its head and body to avoid the attack, loosening his grip on Gamabunta's body. The toad took advantage of this and forced the snake off of him. He then pulled out the blade on his hip and lunged directly for the snake. Manda quickly moved aside again and dodged the strike. Jiraiya then proceeded to breathe out another flare bullet directly towards Manda. The snake then opened his mouth in response. Water style, gunshot. A large bullet of water was shot forward from Manda's mouth, much larger than Jiraiya's flare bullet. The water collided with the flame, extinguishing it. The water then moved forward, towards Gamabunta and Jiraiya. The toad boss, in response, jumped in the air to avoid the attack. Gamabunta gripped his blade tightly as he descended towards the giant snake. Manda, to avoid the attack, proceeded to dig under the ground. He descended into a hole just as Gamabunta attempted to cut into him. He's underground, huh? Oniki noted with a smirk. The sand-aimed Tsuchikage, who had been floating in the air and observing the fight so far, proceeded to go down to the ground. He made 7 hand signs before slamming both his open palms on the ground. Earth style, fissure. The ground within the stadium began to tear itself apart as a fissure formed. The resulting fissure forced Manda to spring forth from underground to avoid damage. The snake glared angrily at the Tsuchikage. I was wanting to fight Gamabunta and his human follower. I don't need a small, old human helping them. Manda hissed as he charged forward towards Oniki. I'd be careful what you say, snake. Oniki spoke quietly. Manda ignored the words of the Tsuchikage and continued to charge him. Just as the snake was about to reach him, the Tsuchikage's fist became covered in solid earth. He then punched Manda directly in the face before the snake could attack him. The resulting punch knocked the snake backwards. Manda hissed in pain and proceeded to glare further at Oniki. After all, this small, old man could be the one who kills you instead of Jiraiya or Gamabunta. Oniki growled. Yeesh. I don't want Oniki to ever hear any of things I've called him before. Jiraiya took a deep gulp. Without another word, Manda charged forward once again. Oniki, along with Jiraiya and Gamabunta, moved forward as well to engage him. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. After channeling her chakra and the fire surrounding her body around her mouth, Anko breathed out a singular, massive fireball towards Orochimaru. The Sunin jumped away just in time, causing the fireball to make contact with the ground. It created a massive crater and set the entire area on fire. Orochimaru studied the battlefield while he floated in the air above Anko. From what I last saw, Anko-chan can now manipulate the fire around her as well. It would be to my disadvantage to fight her with all that fire. Then again, a smirk developed on Orochimaru's lips as an idea entered his head. Why just extinguish that when I can just put out every fire Anko could possibly ever use? Water style, Rampaging Water. The Sunin opened his mouth and released multiple streams of water from his mouth. The water collided with the flames on the battlefield, putting them out almost instantaneously. Anko attempted to dodge every stream of water, but one blast managed to hit her hard, knocking her back towards a nearby tree. After she was hit with one, Orochimaru unleashed another barrage of water blasts towards the Tokubutsu Jonin. Anko was hit by each one, causing a lot of damage to her. After receiving a fourth hit, the resulting force ended up destroying the tree Anko had hit, causing her to get sent flying backwards. She hit the ground hard. As the Takubetsu Jonin struggled to stand up, the fire surrounding her body started to disappear. By the time she was standing all of the way up, the flare aura was completely extinguished. Orochimaru's smirk turned into a malicious grin as he rushed forward towards the woman. He grabbed her by the throat and held her up in the air. Anko struggled to breathe as she tried to resist him. As fancy as that technique of yours was, it's just fire. And like any fire, it can be extinguished with enough water. He commented, tightening his grip on her throat. Still, that was an impressive jutsu and I'm curious just how much it augmented your fire-style jutsus. I'll have to figure how you designed it when I have some time to myself. You're never going to have the time. Anko mentally replied as she grabbed the arm Orochimaru was using to strangle her with her right hand. Hidden snake poison. A singular snake moved from underneath Anko's coat sleeve quickly and bit down on Orochimaru's arm. The Sunin's eyes widened and he winced in pain, loosening his grip on Anko's neck. The Takubetsu Jonin took the opportunity to free herself. She then jumped backwards, placing more distance between her and Orochimaru. So you've also trained in your snake-related jutsu as well. I know you didn't know how to conjure a snake with that much poison beforehand. Orochimaru noted. Unlike before, he was not attempting to hide his displeasure at her new abilities. He was gritting his teeth in anger. If I wasn't a snake user myself, with a body used to those poisons, that probably could have killed me. That's the point. Anko replied between breaths. The Sunin stopped gritting his teeth and seemed to become excited again as he studied his former student. But still, after everything you've done so far in the battle Anko, you look exhausted. Surely you aren't tired already? You're going to need more strength than that. On cue, Anko's curse mark started to activate again. Her eyes closed in pain as she felt the curse mark slowly glow on her neck. A few markings began to develop on her body, but they almost immediately started to recede. Another second passed before her curse mark stopped glowing and she opened her eyes in relief. You know you need more power to survive this fight with me, Anko-chan. Your subconscious wants to use the power I gave you years ago to fight me. Why aren't you using it? Don't you want to kill me? To get revenge for my attack on your students? Orochimaru questioned her tauntingly. That's not any power I'll use. Ever. You'll die whether or not I use it. She replied. The woman seemed to be making a more concentrated effort to control her breathing and calm herself down. She got into a stance to continue fighting. If you insist. Orochimaru chuckled. Whether you used it or not, the result will be the same. It's about time we finished this up, Anko-chan. Even though I had already used some of my energy in my fight with Orochimaru, I can't believe I spent so much time on these shinobi. Hiruzen sighed in frustration. I have become weaker in my old age. If this whole day has shown me anything, it's that I need to strengthen my body once more. Lying on the ground around him were the Sound 4 members. All 4 of them were lying in pools of blood with their curse marks completely receded. 3 of the members, Jirobo, Kodomaru, and Seikon, were dead. For a moment, Hiruzen focused on the 4th member of the ground, Tewa. Unlike the other members of the Sound 4, the Sandaime Hokage had avoided attacking any of her organs. He simply knocked her unconscious. She would be in no condition to fight anytime soon, however, but she would live if she received proper medical treatment within the next 12 hours. The Hokage still wasn't quite certain why he had spared her life. She was a member of Orochimaru's elite soldiers in Otogakure. Amongst a list of all the shinobi under Orochimaru's command, she was high on the priority list to terminate. And yet, Hiruzen had unconsciously avoided killing her. It must be because of her hair. This is stupid of me, but I'm so curious if she really is one of them. If she is, then I suppose I could let her live a very controlled life. That family has already lost enough lives as it is. I wouldn't want to let another one pass away, especially if there is any possibility her loyalties to Orochimaru are based on circumstance. Hiruzen rationalized his thoughts. With his realization, the Hokage made a series of hand signs. He bit his thumb before slamming it on the ground. Summoning Jutsu. Appearing in a poof of smoke was a monkey that stood as tall as Hiruzen with brown, spiky hair. The monkey was wearing armor plates on his arms and legs that were colored red, gold, and silver. The monkey was also holding onto a brown staff that was almost as tall as his body. Wukong, bring this girl here to Konoha and find somebody to give her medical attention. Once she is treated, take her weapons, bind her, and force her into prison. If she wakes up before her treatment, you have permission to knock her unconscious. Just prevent her from doing any damage to Konoha. Hiruzen ordered his summon. I will do what I can. The monkey, Wukong, bowed in response before he picked up Teiwa's body and rushed away towards Konoha. After giving that order, Hiruzen continued forward on his pursuit towards Orochimaru. I hope you didn't waste too much fighting those four and summoning Wukong, Sarutobi. If Orochimaru got away. Inma's voice trailed off. I can still sense Orochimaru's presence close by. He's not out of the village yet, and he won't get out of here at all. I'll make sure he is dead by our hands. The Sandaime Hokage promised. Orochimaru. What were you thinking when you summoned me? Manda questioned internally. The snake boss was breathing heavily as he continued to avoid attack after attack from Gamabunta, Jiraiya, and Oniki. Manda was a strong fighter and could usually keep up with Gamabunta and Jiraiya, but the presence of Oniki made it difficult to fight the way he normally would have. He could not burrow underground without the risk of an earth-style jutsu tearing him up from underneath. Furthermore, as a cage, Oniki was able to keep up with him at a level that only a boss summon like Gamabunta could hope for. Jiraiya's presence was also not helping the snake. Him being here made the Toad boss a much more dangerous opponent and gave them the opportunity to utilize collaboration techniques that would normally be unavailable to Gamabunta. Even with the presence of Oniki and Jiraiya, this would not normally be an issue. Orochimaru would usually fight by his side and provide him with support in collaboration techniques as well. However, after summoning him, Orochimaru simply fled the area. Once the fight began and Manda realized how restricted his fighting space was and how difficult his opponents were, the snake boss came to the conclusion about the real reason he was summoned, to be a distraction. That coward. How dare he use me in such a manner? Manda nearly growled at the thought. He had no intention of offering this village as a sacrifice. He simply wanted something to cover his own ass. With that thought dominating his mind, Manda moved to the edge of the battlefield and closed his eyes as he spoke aloud in anger. I refuse to be part of a retreat plan for you, Orochimaru. I won't fight under these conditions. I'm retreating. And you better damn well not summon me again. You will pay for summoning like this, and you'll be lucky if you don't from your punishment. After making his declaration, Manda disappeared in a giant poof of smoke, returning to where he had been summoned from. Jiraiya, Gamabunta, and Oniki were now left alone. Their battle was over. Deep within the outer layers of the forest, where the Jinchuriki fought against Shukaku, Gaara stood in the center of a pool of sand that used to be the physical body of the Ichibai. Standing across from him were Naruto, Han, and Roshi. All three of them were still wearing their chakra clouds and were prepared to continue fighting if they needed to. The three Jinchuriki took a step closer to Gaara, causing the boy's eyes to widen in fear. Stay back! He shouted at them. He made a hand gesture, causing the sand around him to rocket forward towards them. Naruto was the first to react. The blonde made a singular hand sign before blowing a gust of wind from his mouth towards the sand. The wind collided with the sand and caused it to fall apart. With the sand no longer approaching him, Naruto continued to walk forward towards Gaara. I said stay back. Gaara shouted once again. I won't let you destroy my existence. Gaara. Naruto frowned in response to Gaara's words. I'm not going to kill you. You lie. The redhead screamed. He stepped backwards, trying to keep his distance from the approaching Uzumaki. It is how life works. You're not the first person to try and fight with me. Each one of them have tried to kill me and I, in return, killed them when I proved myself stronger. They were my proof of existence. You defeated me. Gaara's voice was now starting to become more frantic. You've stolen my proof of existence. I have no purpose. But even still, I won't let you kill me. I won't. He's even worse off than I was. Han realized, recalling his own personal feelings of self-worth at being a Jinchuriki. Suna. What did you put this boy through? Gaara, I'll repeat myself, I'm not going to kill you. Naruto stated again. The boy stopped walking to Gaara, causing Gaara to stop moving backwards. I don't think I could ever kill you, no matter what you have done. And I know Han and I and the old man here could not do the same. Because we are just like you. We're all Jinchuriki. We all grew up the same way. Han started to speak quietly as he recalled his own past. Unloved. Hated by many in our villages and feared by others. I, like you, have also had a few assassination attempts on me. There have been a few people in my village who wanted to end my existence, all because of the Biju inside of me. As have I. But I can honestly tell you, from my own experience, it gets better. It really does. Roshi started to speak, letting a smile develop on his face as he studied his fellow redhead. How can you say such things? Gaara questioned, his mind racing with many questions as he tried to comprehend the words of the other Jinchuriki and their reasons for not killing him. Nothing made sense to the boy. Things got better for me when I met the current Tsuchikage, my best friend. Roshi admitted with a smile. The situation got better for me when I realized my students cared for me. Han noted, thinking back of his own team. And it got better when I met Shikamaru and Hinata. Naruto continued, smiling as he thought of his two teammates. What makes things better and what makes us strong is that we have people we want to protect. We have friends that give us strength and can help us when we are weak. We have somebody to rely on. They give us our reason to exist. The Uzumaki then took another step forward towards Gaara. To his surprise, Gaara didn't take a step back, which prompted Naruto to continue walking towards him. Gaara, it's not too late for you. You can find those precious people in your life. There are people out there for you to care about and to care about you. You're not Shukaku and you're not a demon, you're Gaara. And I know you can show everybody that. Gaara's eyes widened at Naruto's speech. He had never considered himself anything other than a demon. And if you think you don't have anybody close to you, then search for them. I know you can find them. But I know that, at the very least, you can count on me to be somebody you can rely on if you need somebody. Same for us. Roshi spoke up, pointing to himself and Han. And I also think you can rely on those two Suna ninja who escorted you out here. They seemed very willing to sacrifice themselves for you and buy you time. And not just in the manner that somebody is willing to complete a mission. Han offered his own thoughts. Temari. Kankuro. Gaara repeated the names of his siblings in his head. Naruto. Naruto-kun. The four Jinchuriki turned their heads toward the approaching voices. Hinata along with Shikamaru, who was still on her back, rushed forward towards the group. Once they arrived at the battlefield, Hinata let Shikamaru get off her back. She then ran to Naruto and embraced him in a tight hug. You're okay. Thank goodness. She exclaimed, tightening her hug. Hinata. Naruto smiled, returning her hug. I'm so glad you're alright as well. He then turned his attention towards Shikamaru. You too, Shikamaru. Give it over here. The Nara smirked as he walked over and entered the hug. The three Jinchuriki watched the members of Team 3 with differing reactions. Han and Roshi seemed amused and happy at the relationship between the three Konoha genin. Gaara, on the other hand, looked at them as if he was piecing together information in his head. This relationship. This is what they were talking about. He realized. This is what makes them strong. This is what gives them reason to live. And they think I can obtain such a bond with others. You too. You fought my siblings. Are they alive? Gaara asked quietly. Team 3 broke their hug and turned to face Gaara. Hinata and Shikamaru looked surprised at Gaara. They seemed almost prepared to attack him if he tried to do anything, but Naruto gave them a look, telling them through nonverbal communication that everything was fine. Realizing that Gaara was no potential danger to Naruto, the two members spoke up. Your sister is alive. She's unconscious, but she'll be alright. Shikamaru answered. as is your brother. He won't be able to move his body for another few hours, but he's conscious and alive. Hinata spoke after the Nara. I see. Thank you. Gaara spoke to the two Konoha genin. I am going to try and find my siblings. Once I find them, I'll make sure to leave towards the village and surrender. We won't fight. With those words, Gaara started to walk off in the direction Hinata and Shikamaru came from. Naruto, along with Han and Roshi, smiled as they watched the Ichibai Jinchuriki leave. It's a start. That Naruto kid sure has a way with words. That boy may end up getting saved. Roshi realized. Kankuro, the Suna puppeteer, who'd been lying down on the ground in defeat and unable to move his body, turned his head and saw Gaara approaching him. He looked at his younger brother in surprise. Gee Gaara! He gasped. What's going on? Did the fighting already stop? Is the war over? I don't know about the war. But they defeated me. Gaara answered quietly. The battle is over for me. I don't want to fight any longer. Kankuro looked on in complete shock. For as long as he could remember, his brother had been completely driven by his own personal bloodlust and rage. He always wanted to fight. Kankuro was stunned to hear such words come from Gaara's mouth. Despite his own shock, he couldn't help but be focused on one concern, the fact that his brother was defeated. Are you okay? Did they do any damage to you? I'll be fine. Gaara answered with a sigh. For now, though, we should focus on you and Temari. Let's go get her. The Ichibai Jinchuriki reached Kankuro's body and, without waiting for a response, picked him up. He then started to walk in the direction towards Temari's body, carrying Kankuro. I'm glad that you are okay, Kankuro. Gaara spoke to his brother while they started to look for their sister. Kankuro's eyes widened at the declaration. It took a few minutes before he was able to respond with sincere joy in his words. I'm glad you are okay too, Gaara. In response, Gaara did something he had not done in years. He let a smile develop on his face. Uzumaki Naruto. Han. Roshi. I will try and follow your example. I'll create my own bonds and find my own purpose for existence. Multiple striking shadow snakes. Fire style, dragon flame jutsu. Orochimaru unleashed another barrage of 10 snakes directly towards Anko. Just as the snakes reached her and were about to bite into her skin, the Takubutsu Jonin breathed out a large burst of fire from her mouth. The flame hit the snakes head-on, lighting them on fire and causing them to turn to ash. The fire moved down the bodies of the snakes as it burned them as the flames headed towards Orochimaru. In response, the Sunin ended his jutsu and cut the snakes off, freeing his body from them and preventing the fire from reaching him. Once he was free, he jumped over to Anko and tossed a singular shuriken. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The shuriken multiplied, creating 100 shuriken that flew towards his former student. Anko proceeded to jump up, avoiding most of the shuriken. A few, however, struck her and dug deep into her legs. She winced in pain before pulling them out. Seeing that she was weakened, Orochimaru rushed forward towards his student and delivered a punch to her face. Anko was knocked backwards slightly. Her former teacher moved forward to try and deliver another punch, but Anko was able to recover from his last attack and defend herself. She blocked with her left arm and retaliated with a punch from her right hand. Orochimaru managed to catch it with his free hand. Yutei Jutsu isn't nearly as intimidating without that flare aura, you know. He taunted her. Maybe. But Anko moved her left hand and grabbed onto the hand Orochimaru was using to hold onto her. She then gathered as much strength as she could to lift him up slightly. The eyes of the Sunin widened exponentially. I'm still tough enough without it. She quickly tossed Orochimaru off from her towards a nearby tree. Orochimaru's back hit the tree hard. He groaned in pain. Anko then raised her hands and pointed them at him. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. 2 snakes rushed from underneath the sleeves of Anko's coat towards Orochimaru's body. The snake Sunin, however, managed to recover from Anko's last attack fast enough to avoid the snakes. He sidestepped, avoiding their strike. He then grabbed onto their necks and pulled with enough force that Anko was sent flying towards him. She raised her hands in an attempt to block whatever his neck attack was going to be. Orochimaru, however, bypassed her guard and delivered a punch directly to her face. Anko was sent flying backwards in the original direction she was at. She rolled on the ground for a while before she finally stopped. Her nose was bleeding heavily after the punch. Anko attempted to stand up, but Orochimaru moved too fast and reached her before she could. He stomped on her back, causing the woman to cough up blood that stained the ground under her head. Orochimaru then dug his foot deeper into her back, causing her to writhe underneath his foot in pain. "It's been fun, Anko-chan, but I must say this is the end of our fight," Orochimaru commented. He pointed his left hand towards her body and a snake slowly started to appear from his sleeve. "You've gotten better, yes, but did you honestly think you were going to kill me?" Earth-style, ground imprisonment. Before Anko could respond to his question, the ground around the two shinobi started to rise. It quickly collided against Orochimaru's body, knocking him off his former student and freeing her. The ground then formed a circular binding around his entire body, preventing him from using any of his jutsu or from trying to escape. The only part of his body that was visible was his head. What the hell is this?" Orochimaru hissed as he struggled to break the ground. Now that she was free, Anko stood up slowly. She waited a moment to recover properly before she spoke to her former teacher, a smug grin on her face. "No, I didn't think I could kill you. I know I couldn't. But that didn't mean I couldn't distract you for long enough, right Hokage-sama?" "Right." Hiruzen jumped to the battlefield directly between Anko and the entrapped body of his former student. He gripped his staff tightly with his right hand. The left hand was lifted and seemed to completely encased in earth. It was this hand that had created Orochimaru's imprisonment. "Sarutobi-sensei. You." Orochimaru hissed at the sight of the man. "I had only followed you because I saw that it would be 5 against 1 odds for Hokage-sama. When I saw him stop moving to fight the other 4, I knew you'd get away. So instead of fighting alongside Hokage-sama, I thought I could catch up to you and stall you long enough. I thought he'd be able to defeat your subordinates and catch up before you could kill me and get out of the village. And I was right," Anko explained. "You." Orochimaru growled in response. He continued to struggle against the earth, but nothing was happening. His imprisonment was too strong and his body was too weak. "You're spent, Orochimaru. You've used so much chakra today and your fight with both me and Anko-san have worn you out. You don't even have enough chakra to escape that technique," Hiruzen informed his student sharply. "The Orochimaru I knew, the one I trained, would have never made such ridiculous and risky plans just to settle a grudge with his former village. But then again, the Orochimaru I taught would never have turned his back against Konoha the way you did." Hiruzen stopped talking for a moment as he turned his head towards Anko. "I have one question for you, Anko-san, do you wish to kill him? Or do you care if I do it? My only goal was to make sure Orochimaru died. I don't care how it happened. That's all I want. You have just as much of a history with him as I do. Hokage-sama, you go ahead," Anko told the Sandaime Hokage. Hiruzen nodded in understanding as he took a step forward. Orochimaru's eyes widened as realization slowly developed in his head. He had made too many miscalculations. He tried to have too much fun in his goal and it backfired. The man had completed his jutsu to obtain immortality by moving his soul from one body to another. Ever since then, Orochimaru had grown confident that there was not a single thing that could kill him. Yet, here he was, trapped by a jutsu of his former teacher, because he had used too much of his strength and chakra in his previous fights to break free from it. Orochimaru had told himself he was immortal, but here he was, staring death directly in the eyes. This can't be happening. It can't. He mentally screamed, still processing what was happening. I can't die. I can't die like my mother and father. There's so much research that needs to be done. So many jutsus to discover. This is something that has been long overdue. This action years ago could have saved many lives and prevented this whole invasion. But now, I am going to fix my mistakes. For all those you have killed. And for the man you used to be. Farewell, Orochimaru. Hiruzen commented as he raised his staff. The Sandaime Hokage struck his former student in the neck with his staff. He hit the man with enough force that his head snapped off his body, killing him instantly. Orochimaru's head hit the ground. Hiruzen proceeded to release his jutsu, causing the rest of Orochimaru's body to fall to the ground next to it. With the instigator of the attack dead, the invasion was now officially over. Konoha had survived. Chapter 33, The Aftermath. Nighttime had fallen over Konoha. The Suna and Oto invaders had either retreated after the failed invasion or were placed in captivity in Konoha. Many of the shinobi and civilian villagers were celebrating the strength of their shinobi and the death of Orochimaru. There was even joint celebration with the IWA shinobi in the village. Their assistance proved valuable in holding off the Suna/Oto invaders and helped bridge the gap between the two former enemy villages. While most of the villagers were celebrating their victory, Mitarashi Anko was not one of them. After the death of Orochimaru, the Sandaime had forced her to go to the hospital. Once she was treated by a squad of medical shinobi and released home, she started to walk towards a small cemetery deep within the heart of Konoha. The Takubetsu Jonin walked through the cemetery underneath the full moon's moonlight before she stopped at two tombstones. She was at the resting place for Jiken Mamoru and Moto Himura, her former teammates. "Hey Mamoru." "Hey Himura. It's been a while since I last paid you guys a visit, huh? Hopefully you both aren't too pissed at me." Anko spoke with a small chuckle. "I've been really busy since the beginning of this year. The Hokage actually assigned me to a genin team. Can you guys believe it?" Although she received no response, she could just hear the laughter from beyond the grave. Both her former teammates, although they treated Anko like a sister to them, considered her extremely irresponsible and immature at times. They often joked how awful of a Jonin sensei she would be. She actually joked with them about the same. "Yeah, that happened. But they're good kids and I'm glad I got a hold of them. They're really going to be something one of these days." The Takubetsu Jonin commented with a smile. "The Chunin exams were today and I just know that they're all going to get promoted." Speaking of the Chunin exams, though. Anko's voice started to trail off for a moment as she contemplated her words. Finally, she took a deep breath and started to speak. Konoha was invaded. Suna and this new village, Oto, attacked. Turns out the leader of this village was our former sensei, Orochimaru. I ended up fighting him face to face for a moment. I couldn't beat him. He was way too strong. But Hokage-sama arrived just in time. I distracted Orochimaru for long enough and he was able to kill him," she stated. The Kunoichi sighed in relief as she, once again, thought about finally witnessing the death of Orochimaru. "Yeah. Orochimaru is dead. He's finally gone." Tears started to develop in her eyes. The tears fell onto the tombstones of her former teammates. "It's so surreal just thinking about. He's finally dead. The man who ended up killing you both is finally dead. I don't know what to say. Or do. Or think." Anko commented between her sobs. "I just feel so relieved, yet so empty. He's finally gone, but my curse mark is still here. The damage he has done will never go away, and you two will never be coming back." Anko stopped talking for a moment, as if she was waiting for the tombstones to reply. She tried to imagine Mamoru and Himura looking at her and telling her something. For a moment, she felt nothing while standing in the cemetery. Then, in the corner of her eyes, she thought she saw the spirits of her two friends and teammates smiling at her. The two of them were nodding their heads at her, trying to tell her something non-verbally. "He's gone. That's all that matters. Everything is going to be okay." The Takubetsu Jonin rubbed the sleeve of her coat against her eyes, brushing away the tears. When she cleared her eyes, the image of her teammates was gone. She blinked in confusion and scanned the whole cemetery, looking for them again. They were, however, not present in the cemetery any longer. "I think you two are right." Anko finally spoke up again as a smile developed on her face. She turned her attention back to the tombstones and continued to smile. "He's gone. I had spent so much of my life worrying about him and focusing on killing him for what he did. But now that he's gone, I think I can finally put things to the side and actually live again. The Jonin-sensei proceeded to walk away from the cemetery, the smile on her lips growing. I'll come back more often. I promise. Just know that I'll be okay. And one day, when I die, I'll have a lot of things to tell you too. I promise. With those words, Anko left the cemetery and returned to her apartment. She was unaware of the images of Mamoru and Himura returning. The spirits of her former teammates watched on with a smile on their lips as they watched her make the first steps towards a new life. This can't be happening. Not a single thing went according to plan. Yakushi Kabuto paced back and forth in a large room filled with beakers, blood samples, and textbooks. He was in one of Orochimaru's smaller laboratories, the only one that was still present in Konoha that the shinobi had not discovered and destroyed. As soon as the invasion failed, he hurried to the laboratory and hid in there. He needed to be somewhere safe where he could try and think about what had just happened and what his next plan of action should be. Orochimaru-sama is dead. He repeated that fact in his head. For the past few years, Kabuto had spent his life as Orochimaru's spy in Konoha and his right hand. He had spent his life before his service to the sun in rotating allegiances, Root, Konoha, Orochimaru, and Sasori. These rotating allegiances and his own circumstances had him deeply confused about his own identity and what his purpose was in life. Finally, centering his loyalty to Orochimaru helped him come to an understanding of his own place in life. He had truly been happy for the first time in years when he pledged his true, honest loyalty to Orochimaru, knowing that he finally had an identity he could focus on. With the Sun dead, Kabuto lost his identity. Now, the former right hand of Oto needed to create a new identity, once again. Where do I go from here? Due to that debacle with Dosuo, Konoha knows that I was a spy. I can't remain a shinobi here. And I can't go back to Sasori. He still believes that I was his mole within Orochimaru's ranks. With him dead, I serve no purpose to the man. He'd probably find some reason to kill me. Kabuto cursed mentally as he ran through options in his head. What should I be doing? Hesitantly, Kabuto walked forward in the room towards a mirror on the wall. He looked at his reflection in the mirror and scowled. Just like when he was younger, when he was rotating his allegiances, he couldn't recognize his own reflection. He knew the man he was looking at was somebody named Yakushi Kabuto, but he had no idea who exactly that man was. He gripped his hand tightly and prepared to punch the mirror to destroy his reflection, but he stopped himself when he noticed something about his reflection. He was still wearing a forehead protector with the symbol for Otogakuer on his head, the village Orochimaru had created. Orochimaru. Finally, a smirk developed on Kabuto's face as he walked away from the mirror. Orochimaru-sama is dead. So I should honor his memory by continuing where he left off. I'll become immortal and learn every jutsu this world has to offer and more. Kabuto's eyes widened as his thoughts continued to develop. But why stop there? I can do more than just fulfill Orochimaru-sama's goals. There is so much I could do. So much I could become. With that thought, Kabuto moved to Orochimaru's textbooks and began to review the research notes the Sunin had left behind. The right hand of Otogakuer, in his mind, now had a purpose in his life once again. Hokage-sama, Koharu Dano, and Homura Dano have arrived. They wish to speak with you. A Konoha Umbu agent informed his village's leader. Hiruzen nodded his head in understanding. The Umbu proceeded to leave the room wordlessly, leaving the Hokage along for a moment. It was surprising just how much one day can make somebody feel. Sarutobi Hiruzen had often joked with many people about his age and about being an old man. Today, however, was the first day he truly felt every year of his age. It had been a long time since he had been in intense, warlike combat, and it was in the face of an invasion by his former student, an invasion he could have prevented if he simply killed his student years ago. I can't be thinking like that. Hiruzen shook his head at the thoughts, reprimanding himself. The invasion was a failure. Suna realizes that they were duped and Orochimaru is now dead. His thoughts were interrupted at the sound of the door to his office opening up once again. Yudin Koharu and Mito Kato Homura, Hiruzen's advisors, and former squad mates, walked into the room. Each of them were carrying a stack of papers. Homura, Koharu. Hiruzen greeted them with a nod. Do you have anything to report? We do. Homura replied as he walked forward and laid his paper stack on the desk. He then took the top sheet of paper off and held it over to the Hokage. These are the confirmed statistics about the number of deaths in the invasion. Hiruzen nodded and immediately scanned the paper. His eyes widened at the sight of the numbers. No confirmed civilian casualties. He noted quietly. The evacuation attempts we made prior to the exams worked. We were able to get all civilians into hiding before Suna and Oto troops could begin their attack. Koharu commented. She let a small smile develop on her face. The information Jiraiya received from that Oto genin, Kinyuta Dosu, was life-saving. Your student has done a great service to the village. For the first time all day, Hiruzen smiled at the news. What a relief. He then let a small chuckle out as he thought about Dosu. Jiraiya does deserve credit, but I think it was more than just him. Naruto was certainly involved at least. The Hokage made a note to remember this statistic, however. He had plans for Kinyuta Dosu and this statistic would help his cause in that matter. Although we were lucky to get all of our civilians out of the combat unscathed, we did lose a decent amount of shinobi. And we have many more seriously wounded. Homura spoke up. His words destroyed Hiruzen's smile as the Hokage was forced to recall the other statistics on the paper. Suna must pay for dash. No, Homura. Hiruzen interrupted his former teammate. We will not be initiating war with Suna. They attacked under order of Orochimaru, who had killed the Yondaime Kazekage and took his place dash. That doesn't change the fact that they did attack. Homura exclaimed curtly. We need to dash. Orochimaru is dead, their leader is dead, and they didn't even desire this conflict. Hiruzen stated, interrupting his teammate once again. I've already discussed this with Oniki earlier this morning and even he was willing to agree with me that we should not try to go to war with Suna for this. I'm going to say this one more time to you, Homura, Konoha will not wage war. As you say. You are the Hokage, after all. Homura replied dismissively. Hiruzen glared at his former teammate. Homura was a man who prided himself on his ability to conceal his emotions and to be composed at any given moment. The Hokage, however, after spending nearly 60 years of his life working side by side with the man, could read his emotions quite well. Therefore, it disappointed Hiruzen to see his former teammate so frustrated and angry that Konoha was not going to attack Suna. God! How are you so hungry for war when even Ryotenbin no Oniki doesn't desire it? Hiruzen shook his head. Danzo, you've really affected him in the worst way possible. Putting the issue with Suna aside, Koharu spoke up, ignoring the tension between her teammates, we have other issues to address. Koharu walked forward and placed her stack of papers next to the stack Homura had set down on the desk. Most of those papers are records of all the property damage that was done during the invasion. I took the liberties of converting many of them into D-ranked missions. They just need your approval before we can start handing them out. Koharu informed him. Hiruzen nodded in understanding. Most of the active, uninjured shinobi were already participating in attempts to rebuild the village. Creating D-ranked missions would help focus the workload in Konoha. The genin could be assigned to these repair missions and would free up the schedules for the higher-ranking shinobi to continue with more demanding missions. There are also a few other papers related to economics and business partners that need your signature. You can check over those and sign, if you wish. Koharu continued. Also, amongst those papers are the evaluations of the candidates for the Chunin exams. Although the invasion did happen and spoiled the conclusion, it is still important that we show the world that we can ignore the invasion and continue moving forward. And the best way to do that is just continue uninterrupted and select the Chunin. Yes, I understand. Hiruzen nodded in understanding. I'll make my decisions after looking over the evaluations. I'll have the Chunin chosen within the next 2 days. That was all we had for you. We should be leaving, now. Homura mentioned. He gave a bow before he left the room. Koharu took a brief look back to the other retreating advisor before she returned her focus to Hiruzen. She bowed her head. I suppose he has a point. That is all we had to report. Look over everything at your own time, but faster is preferred. She turned her back and began to walk away. As she began her walk, A smile crept onto her face. But Hiruzen. No matter what Homura or Danzo may say, you saved many of the lives of Konoha citizens, especially the lives of those who wouldn't be able to fight back. You did well yesterday, Hokage-sama. The Sandaime Hokage smiled in response to his former teammate's words. He watched her leave the room and close the door. Once she was gone, he then turned his attention towards the piles of paperwork that both she and Homura had given to him. He sighed as he took over the first sheet of paper he could reach. He knew today was going to be a long day. The Hokage couldn't complain too much, however. He, along with his village, could have been destroyed yesterday by his former student. The fact that he, and Konoha, was still alive was all that mattered. Hiruzen repeated that thought in his head as he focused on his paperwork with determination in his eyes. Hey, old man Toki. Ayam-ni-san. 3 bowls of miso ramen please, 1 for me and each of my friends. Naruto called out to the ramen chefs as he and his fellow Jinchuriki, Han, and Rashi, took a seat at Ichiraku's ramen. Both Toki and Ayam nodded before they got to work preparing the food. So this is the famous Ichiraku's that you wouldn't stop talking about. Han noted with an amused tone of voice. It seems rather quaint. I've been excited to try this place. I'm just excited to eat something. I haven't eaten all day today, so this better be good. Rashi commented with a chuckle. Trust me, it's good. It's going to change your life. Naruto declared excitedly. Ha! Rashi laughed loudly at that. I'll take your word on that, kid. My life has been pretty boring these past 60-something years and needs a good change. Naruto and Han laughed in response to Rashi's joke. The three then continued to chat about random topics. Rashi told Naruto a few of his experiences as a shinobi and about his own life in IWA. Naruto, in return, answered every question Rashi asked about himself. Han mostly sat back and let his fellow Jinchuriki talk, occasionally commenting when he had something to add to the conversation. Conversation came to a complete halt, however, once Toki and Ayam brought out the bowls of ramen. The trio accepted their bowls and began eating immediately. Well damn kid! Rashi exclaimed after he took his first bite. He then began to eat his ramen quickly. This right there. This is good shit. Han, unlike his fellow IWA shinobi, did not comment on his food while he was eating. He instead focused on finishing his bowl as fast as he could. Once he was done, he moved his bowl to the side and sighed contently. I must say, this is very good. I'm not normally a fan of ramen, but this was really good. Han noted. He then brought his right hand to his chin in thought. Although I suppose it could be a little bit spicier. We have a chicken curry ramen that we are working on. It's the spiciest thing we can make. Toki spoke up. Han immediately turned his attention towards the ramen chef and nodded his head. Then I would like to try a bowl of it, please. Me too. Rashi declared as he finished his bowl. Naruto blinked in surprise as he watched Ayam and Toki take away the empty bowls of ramen before they went to the back to start preparations for the next bowls. The blonde then turned his attention towards his own bowl of miso ramen, half eaten. Damn, I'm getting slow or something. I gotta pick up the pace. Thanks again for the invite, Naruto. It's nice to just kinda sit back, relax with some good company, and just enjoy some quality food. Rashi chuckled, still sighing in relief. His face almost instantly sobered up as he started to speak. Especially considering what happened here yesterday. Naruto nodded with a sigh. Yesterday was a hectic day. He was glad everything worked out fine in the end and that Konoha managed to hold back against the Suna/Oto invaders, but the whole day was still something that bothered him. It was his first experience to what a warlike combat would feel like. So, is that what war is like? Fighting just like yesterday, only going on for more days? Naruto questioned. Sorta. Rashi answered with a shrug. Honestly, I'd say wartime battles are worse, or at least the ones that I participated in. It's some scary shit. I would agree with that. Han mentioned with a sigh. I'm glad that everything worked out yesterday and that your friends were okay and Konoha was safe. Combat like that usually doesn't end so favorably for anybody. There is usually a lot more death. Naruto grimaced at the thought of more death. There were indeed casualties amongst the Konoha shinobi. Although the Uzumaki did not know anyone personally who died, he did see a few of their bodies. There was going to be a joint funeral in the next few days for all of shinobi who passed away. It was a scary thought to imagine multiple battles where even more of his fellow shinobi died. I'm just glad everybody's okay. Anko-sensei, Shikamaru, Hinata. Naruto's cheeks blushed at the thought of the Hyuga heiress and the kiss she had given him. His thoughts then started to focus on her. Hinata. Roshi noticed the tint of red on his cheeks almost immediately. The solemn look on his face vanished and was replaced by a sly, teasing grin. Hey kid. Your face just got red. Thinking about someone? Huh. Naruto blinked in response. Since he is blushing, I think it's safe to assume is thinking of his teammate, Hyuga Hinata. If my memory is correct, she gave you a kiss on the cheek before she rushed off to fight the Suna puppeteer. Han noted as he gave the Kyuubi Jinchuriki an amused look. Am I right? Well, you see, that's. Naruto began to mumble as his cheeks reddened further. A few seconds passed before he simply sighed. Yeah. I'm thinking about her. Just thinking of my friends reminded me of her and that kiss. Is she your girlfriend? Roshi questioned curiously. Naruto shook his head in response. Then why are you red then? What is she to you? Naruto closed his eyes in deep thought for a moment before he started to speak. She's just a friend, one of my best friends, actually. She's one of the first people to really try and get to know me and believe in me. She used to be really quiet, but she was always really nice, humble, and polite. She's opened up recently and has become a lot more talkative and even makes jokes. She's really funny and I always have an amazing time hanging out with her. She is also one of the most determined people I know and I respect her. She's precious to me. I don't consider myself particularly good at understanding relationships, but to me, it sounds like you have feelings for her. Han stated. I don't know. Naruto, once again, sighed. I guess I'm kinda like you then, Han, and I'm not good with relationship stuff like this. I've only ever liked one girl in my life and, looking back, I realized I only liked her because she was one of the few people who gave me attention before I became friends with Hinata and Shikamaru. I really don't know what it means to like somebody. Naruto, if I told you that the sunglasses-wearing kid on Han's team liked Hinata, what would you do? Roshi questioned. Both Naruto and Han looked over to the older Jinchuriki in confusion. Naruto's confusion quickly turned to panic as he started to speak. Roto does? He likes her? But he can't. I mean, Hinata can't like him. I mean, they're from different villages and all. And, well. Naruto's words started to trail off as he tried to think of more reasons why Hinata and Roto shouldn't get together. But you said it yourself, you didn't like Hinata. Why would it be an issue then if somebody else liked her? Roshi asked, his teasing grin becoming even wider. Because if that was the case, then you shouldn't be jealous. Naruto's eyes widened in response at the revelation. He looked downwards as he contemplated Roshi's words and the feeling he felt when he thought of the possibility of Hinata being together with Roto. I guess you're right. I guess I do like Hinata. He admitted. A small smile developed on his face and he felt a little more comfortable with the idea now that he had said it. Yeah. I guess I do. I should probably talk to her sometime soon then. If she kissed me, maybe she feels the same way, hopefully. Yeah, go for it kid. That's the spirit. Roshi encouraged with a laugh. Just maybe give it a few days or so and let this whole invasion thing calm down a bit. But yeah, I'd suggest just talking with her and see where it goes. Han chuckled quietly to himself, but nodded to show Naruto that he agreed with the advice of his fellow Iwa Jonin. The Uzumaki gave both of them a smile, appreciating them listening to him. He then turned his attention back to the bowl of ramen in front of him. He was about to start eating again when a Konoha Umbu agent approached the restaurant and put his hand on Naruto's shoulder. Uzumaki Naruto, you have been summoned by Hokage-sama. the Umbu requested. Naruto, along with Han and Rashi, looked at the Umbu agent with confusion evident in their eyes. What does the old man want with me? Naruto questioned. He has a request for you to deliver something to someone, along with a message. The Umbu replied. He'll explain when you get to his office. Just follow me there, if you please. Naruto frowned in response. He wasn't one to ignore a request from the Hokage, but he was having fun with his fellow Jinchuriki. With a sigh, he turned his attention towards Han and Rashi and gave them a small smile. Well, it was fun while it lasted. I'll try and see you guys again for lunch some other time. Naruto told them. Good luck with whatever you have to do, Naruto. Han bowed his head in response, a gesture that Rashi mimicked. The Uzumaki chuckled as he left the area, leaving the two Iwa Jonin alone at Ichiraku's. He's a good kid. And kinda funny. Rashi commented with a chuckle. Don't think I've seen anybody that read since the day Oniki met his wife. Love is a strange thing. I don't pretend to understand it. Han admitted. But whatever makes them happy, I guess. Naruto deserves happiness, after all. Rashi nodded his head in agreement. He opened his mouth to reply to his friend when he noticed Tuka come forward, holding 2 bowls of chicken curry ramen. He placed them in front of both Iwa Jinchuriki. They both thanked the man and took their first bite. They each had their eyes widen in response. This is the food of the gods. Rashi commented, in a daze. I concur. Han nodded his head dumbly. His eyes were focused solely on his ramen. In just a few seconds, the 2 men slurped down their food and immediately requested seconds. Tuka chuckled to himself as he prepared more bowls for them. He assumed that both Iwa Jinchuriki, while they were still in Konoha, were going to be a lot of business for him. After his brief meeting with the Sandaime Hokage, Naruto was escorted by an Umbu agent to the Hokage's mansion. The blonde was gripping a Konoha forehead protector in his right hand tightly. He was then brought through a trapdoor in the ground outside of the mansion. The Uzumaki and the Umbu agent went through the door and walked through a cave-like hallway underneath the mansion. At the end of the hallway was a brown door. The Umbu agent stopped walking. This is where he is. When you are finished, report to Hokage-sama about his response. The shinobi stated before he made a hand sign and disappeared in a poof of smoke. With the Umbu gone, Naruto continued to walk forward to the door by himself. He opened it and walked inside the dark, plain room. The only things present in the room were a small, simple bed in the corner and the bandage-wearing genin lying on top of it. The sound of the door opening alerted the occupant of the room, causing him to wake up from his sleep and look towards Naruto with his visible eye. Dosu! It's good to see you again. Naruto smiled at the boy as he walked forward towards him. Dosu blinked in response at the sight of the blonde. He had not spoken with Jiraiya or the Hokage in a few days and, considering that yesterday was supposed to be the day of the invasion, he assumed that Orochimaru must have succeeded. Seeing Naruto, perfectly fine and okay, assured him that the invasion, at the very least, wasn't a total success. It was also a major relief for him to see that the blonde survived and was okay. Naruto. It's great to see you again as well. Dosu stated, smiling behind the bandages over his mouth. You know, I was freaking out these past few weeks about you, wondering where you were and if you were okay. Naruto admitted with a laugh. My apologies. The former Oto Genin chuckled in response. If it's any consolation, I was worried about your safety yesterday. I'm glad you are alright, Naruto. It's all thanks to you that Konoha's safe, Dosu. The Uzumaki stated. Dosu's visible eye widened in response, urging Naruto to continue speaking. Everything you told the Hokage about the invasion helped him prepare for it. You may have well saved his life and saved the lives of many villagers, hell, you may have saved my own life. I see that you were informed about everything then. Dosu commented with a sigh, a scowl developing on his face. Naruto now knew about Otogakuru's leader and knew precisely what the purpose of the Oto shinobi were during the exams. Do you hate me, Naruto? For being a part of Oto? Huh. Naruto blinked in confusion at the question. He then immediately shook his head rapidly. No. I mean, I was surprised to hear everything I learned about Oto. Honestly, I really couldn't imagine you working with a man like him. But you ended up doing the right thing and siding against him and his village. And, again, everything you said managed to save so many lives and ensure that Orochimaru died. Doso closed his eyes at that statement. Orochimaru is dead. His initial feeling was guilt at the thought of betraying the man who gave him a second chance at life. This feeling went away almost immediately as he shook his head. He was using me. He had no loyalty towards me or the other Oto shinobi. He even sent Kabuto to kill me. No, guilt is the last thing I should be feeling. Instead of his guilt, Doso turned his focus towards Naruto's words on his actions. This caused him, once again, to smile underneath his bandages. I'm relieved that you don't hate me, Naruto-san. He admitted. I couldn't hate you, Doso. Besides everything you did for Konoha, you're my friend. That's not going to change. The Uzumaki declared. You're my friend too, Naruto. My first real friend, honestly. The Oto Genin realized. Anyway, as much as I am here to talk and see how you are doing, I am also here to let you know that the invasion failed and that Oto has been removed from the village. It's safe for you to come out of this room now and re-enter the village. Naruto informed with a smile. He then held out the hand that was holding the Konoha Forward Protector and showed it to the boy. I was also told to offer this to you. Old Man Hokage wants to thank you properly for everything you did for Konoha and he wants to offer you shinobi status. Doso's visible eye, once again, widened in shock. Why? He questioned. I was with Oto. I've done things for Orochimaru that have probably damned me to hell. Why would your Hokage dash? Well, again, you did a lot for Konoha and helped prevent our village from taking a lot of damage during the invasion. And, in the end, you turned against Orochimaru. You've done a lot and showed that you are honorable and the old man respects you enough that he wants you to join our village. Naruto explained. He then held out his further to Doso. Doso, you're a good guy. And I'd be stoked to work with you and go on missions with you. So, just take it. Tears started to roll down the former Oto Genin's eyes as he wordlessly nodded and took the forehead protector. He then slowly tied it on his forehead, making it official. Kinyuta Doso was now officially a shinobi of Konoha. It looks good on you. Naruto chuckled. It's a forehead protector. I don't think it really changes my appearance at all. Doso replied with a laugh of his own. Oh haha. You're so funny. The Uzumaki commented with an eye roll and a mock laugh. He then gave his friend an excited look. Anyway, now that you're able to get out of here, let's go do something. I was in the middle of eating and was interrupted, so I'm still a bit hungry. Do you want to eat? The smile on Doso's face under his bandages grew at the offer. Do you know anywhere that serves good teriyaki chicken? He questioned. Do I? Naruto laughed in response. Doso, let me show you what Konoha has to offer. With those words, the two friends walked out of the room and headed back to the village. The only that remained in the room was a discarded forehead protector with the Otogakuer symbol on it. You wanted to see me, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen looked up from his paperwork and noticed that Mitarashi Anko had entered his office. The man nodded his head, urging the woman to take a seat in the chair in front of his desk. Her eyes were focused solely on the Hokage. Your eyes are drooping. Did you get any sleep last night? She questioned. Of course not. Hiruzen replied with a chuckle. And I began work immediately, starting on all of this paperwork. A lot of work needs to get done, thanks to this invasion. I see. Anko nodded her head in understanding. Hopefully I won't take too much of your time, then. What's going on? It's nothing too much. I just wanted to thank you for your service yesterday, again. If it wasn't for you, I believe Orochimaru could have easily escaped the village. I'm proud that you were able to hold him off as long as you could. The Sandaime Hokage informed her. I'm glad I was able to help. Anko responded. A scowl then developed on her face. What did you do with the body again? We've already given it to a group of our medics. They're investigating it and studying it for any secrets. Hiruzen answered. His face twisted into a scowl. The investigation is still going underway, but one thing we did prove, however, was that Orochimaru's body was that of a woman. Anko blinked in confusion. Excuse me. I suppose you never learned about Orochimaru's immortality technique that he was working on. The Hokage sighed in response. The Sandaime took the moment to explain to Anko the specifics behind Orochimaru's immortality jutsu. He informed her how Orochimaru transferred his soul into a new body, taking it over and becoming the person. The Hokage then informed her of his intentions to keep transferring to new bodies, preventing himself from ever dying naturally and, so long as he did not die in combat, keeping him alive forever. After hearing about the technique, Anko's eyes narrowed in rage. It wasn't difficult for her to imagine Orochimaru kidnapping some young woman and forcing his soul into her body, killing her in the process and taking over her body completely. She could easily imagine him doing this over and over again over the years. If he had it his way, death would have never come to him at all and he would have avoided the punishment he so rightfully deserved. Deep breaths Anko. He's dead. She told herself, trying to calm herself down. The Kunoichi took a few seconds to calm herself down before she finally focused her attention on the Hokage once again. I understand your anger, Anko. I feel the same way. I pity the woman whose body we are studying. She is one more victim I could have saved if I had just killed Orochimaru years ago. Hiruzen sighed. Regardless, Orochimaru wasn't why I called you in here. I wanted to inform you of something important that concerns you. The Hokage pulled out a sheet of paper and handed it to the Kunoichi in front of her. Anko only looked at the top of the sheet of paper before her eyes widened. Hokage-sama. Do you mean? She started to mumble, unable to fully process what she was reading. That's right, Anko. It's about time we remove the Takubetsu in your title. Congratulations on your promotion to Jonin. A grin developed on Anko's face as she stood up from the chair and she bowed elaborately at the man in front of her. It's about damn time I reach Jonin. You won't regret this, Hokage-sama. I know I won't. Truth be told, I had been looking for a reason to promote you now for a while. You well earned it, Anko. Hiruzen chuckled in response. The newly appointed Jonin opened her mouth to say something in response, but she was interrupted as a medic shinobi entered the room, carrying a report in his hands. Hokage-sama, I'm sorry to interrupt. However, I wanted to let you know that the blood sample of the special prisoner has been analyzed. The medic spoke to the Hokage. Hiruzen's eyes focused solely on the man. And the results? Positive. It's just as you suspected. He answered. The Sandaime's eyes widened at the information. He then stood up from his own desk and walked towards the door. Forgive me, Anko, but I'm going to cut this meeting short. I'm going to have to visit somebody and see something that I've been suspecting for a while. We can talk a little more and make the arrangements regarding your promotion. Hiruzen informed her. Once again, though, congratulations. Hiruzen, along with the medical shinobi, left the Hokage's office. Anko was left alone for a moment. She took a second, staring back and forth between the door to the office and the paper in her hands. Finally, with a shrug, she started to walk towards the door and leave the room. The entire way, her mind was focused on the conversation she had just had with the Sandaime. I'm a Jonin, I'm a Jonin, I'm a Jonin, I'm a motherfucking Jonin. She chanted in her mind excitedly. This was something worth celebrating. Anko already had an order of dango placed once she arrived at Dangoya. I knew you'd come eventually. Hiruzen gave no reply as he walked inside the prison cell. He then continued to walk until he was face to face with the prisoner inside, Taewa. The former member of the Sound Four was currently lying on a small bed in the room. A seal was placed on her arm that prevented her from accessing any of her chakra and kept her from trying to break out of the room. I'm sorry this meeting took so long. It's been rather busy since the invasion. Hiruzen replied with a neutral tone of voice. PSH. Yeah. Busy. I get it. Taewa rolled her eyes. Well, you're here now. Let's just get this over, you old piece of shit. Her hands then went to the bottom of her shirt and she started to lift it up. Just know that I won't fucking forget this. I'll get my revenge for this somehow. Hiruzen blinked in response to her actions and blushed slightly. The woman in front of him had now taken off her top. Her hands were then going for her bra. Finally, Hiruzen gained control of his rational mind and he looked at her in confusion. What exactly are you doing? He questioned. What am I doing? I'm doing exactly what you spared me for. Teiwaya spat out. She ignored him and removed her bra, leaving her completely topless. You fought all four of us and conveniently the one you decide to spare and leave alive is the only kunoichi? And Orochimaru made it very clear that you were a pervert. Your intentions are laughably unsubtle. Fucking perverted old man. The woman hissed. Having said that, I do want to live, so I'll accept your perverted stipulations. But mark my words, I don't know how, but I'll make you pay for this. I'll make you fucking dash. I am not a pervert and I am not somebody who would ever force a prisoner into sex. I don't know what man Orochimaru told you I was, but I am not him. Now, put on your clothes. Now. Hiruzen ordered with a scowl on his face, unconsciously releasing some of his killing intent. Her accusations insulted him and he wasn't going to let them slide by. His words, along with the killing intent, shocked Teiwaya. The former Sound Four member stared at him in fright for a moment before she finally regained her composure. Realizing that she was wrong about his intentions, she put her bra and her shirt back on. Now fully clothed once again, she focused her attention solely on glaring at the man. Then why did you spare me? What do you want from me? Teiwaya questioned with a bitter chuckle. I heard you killed Orochimaru from one of the prison guards. What information could I possibly have that you'd find valuable? There is plenty of information you could give. Information that I will indeed find out. Hiruzen spoke neutrally in response. But, I must admit, that's not why I spared you. To be completely honest, I wasn't sure why I didn't kill you in battle. It was almost an unconscious decision. The Hokage let a small, humorless chuckle escape his lips. I guess I've seen too many Uzumaki die in my lifetime to personally kill another. Silence filled the entire room. Teiwaya's face became blank for a few seconds. Finally, her face hardened into an angry, annoyed expression. So you believe that bullshit stereotype that anybody with red hair is a fucking Uzumaki, huh? God, you really are a dense motherfucker. Some leader you are. She spat out. What about Dash? I realize it's a stereotype, but it's a stereotype for a reason. Red hair is very rare outside of that clan, especially the shade of red hair that you have. Hiruzen stated, interrupting Teiwaya's angry rant. Besides, I had one of my shinobi do a blood check of you while you were unconscious from our battle and it confirmed my suspicious, you are an Uzumaki. Teiwaya's anger away immediately as a concerned look crossed her face. The woman took a deep breath before she started to speak up once again. Since you already know, then fine. I'm an Uzumaki. Uzumaki Teiwaya, at your service. She grumbled in response. So, what does this mean now? Why does it matter if I'm an Uzumaki? You're not going to put me in one of those bullshit breeding programs Kumo has, are you? No. Hiruzen declared immediately. A frown crossed his lips at the accusation. Just how cynical are you? He shook his head, pushing the thoughts away before turning his attention back to the woman in front of him. I was simply curious about meeting an Uzumaki. I then wanted to ask some questions about your loyalties to Orochimaru. If you're cooperative. I can't promise you anything yet, considering that you were one of Orochimaru's elite shinobi, but I can at least maybe promise you a comfortable, if restricted, life in Konoha. What do you want to know? Teiwaya shrugged in response. She was still quite angry at the man in front of her, but she was going to humor his questions. If anything, Teiwaya was a survivalist, and if answering some questions would keep her alive, then so be it. For starters, where are you from? Do you have family? When did you start working with Orochimaru? And why? Hiruzen questioned. You don't beat around the bush, do you, old man? Teiwaya rolled her eyes. To answer your questions, I'm from Tanokuni. Lived there my whole life. I lived with my parents, 2 Uzumaki clan members who were very proud about our heritage, but they died a long time ago. No siblings and no other immediate family around. I knew there are other Uzumaki out there somewhere in the world, but I didn't know where any of them were. After all, our kind was scattered after the fall of Uzushiogakure. Teiwa's hands tightened into fists at the mention of the old village of the Uzumaki clan. I met Orochimaru when I was around 10. He found me playing my flute for some spare change and he recognized my heritage immediately. After talking with him for a while, we struck a deal. Deal. Hiruzen repeated the word, prodding the former Sound 4 member to continue. Contrary to popular belief, not all of Orochimaru's shinobi agreed with his actions or what he did. He was a fucked up human being. All of the members of the Sound 4 knew that. But we also knew that he is a man with connections that ultimately made him a great ally to have. We all had other purposes for working with him. Teiwa explained. For me personally, I joined up with Orochimaru in hopes that, through the connections he has made, I would be able to find some of the other Uzumaki clan members scattered across the elemental nations. And once I found enough, I'd defect from Orochimaru and form a village with my clansmen in honor of our clan. Finding other Uzumaki? Making a village solely of Uzumaki clan members? She's much more ambitious than I thought. Hiruzen realized as he continued to study the woman in front of him. Did Orochimaru honor his word? Have you met any other Uzumaki? We ran into one, a girl 1 year younger than me named Karen from Kusagakure. The former Sound 4 member noted. Orochimaru was actually in the process of trying to get her to defect her village and head to Oto. I guess considering he's dead, he can't continue his attempts and she'll still be in Kusa. The Kunoichi then proceeded to sigh. Other than her, though, I haven't met any others. I was too busy training and doing some stupid bullshit errands for Orochimaru to properly continue my search. So that is what you intend on doing, to search for your clansmen. Hiruzen commented. Teiwa's eyes narrowed at the Sandaime in anger. As if I'm going to have the opportunity to do that while I'm stuck in prison. Don't make me laugh, old man. I never said you would remain in prison. I said I could make your life comfortable, if restricted, if I thought you weren't a danger. If you can convince me that you aren't a threat to Konoha, I'd be willing to have somebody travel with you and look for your fellow clansmen. Hiruzen informed her. He then started to chuckle slightly. After all, you have a cousin here in this village that I feel would really like to know he had family alive in this world. The former Sound 4 member was prepared to go on a rant about Hiruzen's promise to help her in her search for her clan members, but the rant died on her tongue once he finished. She looked at him in disbelief. Why, your village has an Uzumaki? She questioned. Her entire tone of voice changed. There was no hint of anger or frustration in it, only shock and hope. The Sandaime nodded his head in affirmation. Uzumaki Naruto. And believe me, Teiwa, I really do want to help you, if for no other reason than I want Naruto-kun to be able to have a family. He then gave the Kunoichi a serious look. Therefore, I need proof that you are willing to be cooperative and that you won't be a threat to my village. If you can prove that to me, then I'll help. Teiwa closed her eyes in thought for roughly a minute, making no attempts to communicate. Finally, after a minute had passed, she opened her eyes and nodded at the man in front of her. There was a small trace of fear present in her eyes, worried that she would end up being unable to complete her ambition, but there was also determination. Then what would it take for me to convince you these things? She questioned. Hiruzen smiled at her in response. Let's talk and we'll see what we can do. 3 days has passed since the Suna/Oto invasion of Konoha. Hiruzen was sitting at his desk. Standing to his side were Onaki and the Chunin exam proctors, Marino Ibiki, Yui Kurane, and Shiranui Genma. In front of them were 5 of the participants in the exams, Uzumaki Naruto, Narashikamaru, Hyuga Hinata, Uchiha Sasuke, and Kuratsuki. After reviewing the evaluations of your exams and witnessing the fights and potential that I saw in all 5 of you, I believe that you have 5 had earned your promotions to Chunin. Hiruzen spoke up. Onaki-san here has agreed with me and the council and proctors had no agreement. From this day forward, you are all Chunin. Genma walked forward, holding on to 4 Konoha green Chunin flak jackets. One by one, The Konoha shinobi walked forward and accepted one from the exam proctor. Naruto received his first and quickly put it on over his clothes. Shikamaru received his, followed by Hinata, and then Sasuke. Once they had all received their jackets, Oniki walked forward and held out the brown flak jacket for Iwa Shinobi. Kuratsuka walked forward and took the jacket from her grandfather. "You earned it, Kuratsuka. I'm proud of you," he told the newly appointed Chunin. "Heh." Kuratsuka grinned in response. "Thanks, Grandpa. I'm glad I managed to make you proud." Naruto had a grin of his own on his face as his eyes focused on himself, his teammates, Sasuke, and Kuratsuka. "We're Chunin. We've been promoted already. It's just going to end up being more work now." Shikamaru sighed in response. Despite appearing to be indifferent and frustrated, the Nara did have a smirk on his face, showing that he was indeed proud of his work. "You need to do more work, lazy ass," Kuratsuka informed him sharply as she returned to her position next to the other newly appointed Chunin. Her comment caused both Naruto and Hinata to laugh and caused Shikamaru to scowl in response. Even Sasuke was amused by the interaction around him. However, the last Uchiha was focused on his own flak jacket. "I'm a Chunin now. I'm getting stronger and stronger. I'm getting closer to you, Itachi," he told himself, allowing a smirk to develop on his face. He could tell that his strength was growing. It was only a matter of time before he would be able to properly fight his brother in battle. "That was all I had for you all. You are all dismissed, with the exception of Naruto," Hiruzen stated. The newly appointed Chunin gave a curious look to the Hokage before they all nodded in understanding. Kuratsuka, in particular, walked over to the door of the Hokage's office. "So, I'm going to go get lunch somewhere. Grandpa's paying. Anybody want to come with?" she questioned. Oniki's eyes widened at the declaration. Before he could say anything, however, the people around him started to speak up. "I'd love to come," Hinata answered politely. "Why not? I got nothing better to do," Shikamaru responded with a chuckle. "I'll come," Sasuke commented. He wasn't a person who enjoyed company, but he was hungry. Besides, he was interested in maybe sparring Shikamaru or Kuratsuka at some point soon and would want to make arrangements with them. "We'll pass, sorry. We've already made plans." Kurane spoke up for the other Chunin exam proctors. "Understood." Kuratsuka nodded in understanding. She then turned her head towards Naruto and gave him a thumbs up. "Head over to that barbecue place downtown when your meeting's over. That's where we'll be at. See you soon, Naruto." With those words, the newly appointed Chunin left the room. They were followed the Chunin exam proctors. Once they were gone, Oniki finally managed to get his ability to speak back. "Kuratsuka, I said I would pay for your lunch today. I never said anything about covering for a whole group. Get back here," he shouted as he left the room quickly. Almost immediately after he left the room, a loud crashing noise could be heard in the hallway, along with a meek whisper of "my back." Naruto and Hiruzen both laughed loudly at that. "Man, I didn't realize that Tsuchikage was so funny. With everything Kuratsuka said about him, I thought he was going to be this loud, obnoxious old man." Naruto noted in between his laughs. "Yes, Oniki is a lot different than I remembered when I first met him. Regardless, he has always been an interesting character," Hiruzen commented, trying to contain his own laughter. He was, however, failing to do so. A few seconds passed before the two managed to calm down. Once they both were calm, they turned to face each other and prepared for their own meeting. "So what's up, old man? Got anything you wanted to tell me in particular?" Naruto questioned innocently and cheerfully. Hiruzen nodded his head. The Hokage seemed tense about the approaching conversation. "I do, Naruto-kun. I have news that I was planning on telling you, news that was going to wait until you turned 18 or when you reached the rank of Chunin. Whichever came first. Obviously, you are a Chunin now. Therefore, I believe you are mature enough to know." The Sandaime Hokage's voice started to trail off slightly. "Know about what?" Naruto questioned with a frown on his face. Hiruzen remained quiet for a few moments. He had been preparing for this conversation for years, planning exactly how it was going to go and what he would say. All of the explanations he had planned were, ultimately, escaping him now that he was finally in the moment. The Sandaime Hokage took a deep breath, calming himself down, before he finally started to talk to Naruto about the topic. I suppose it's about time we talked about your parents. Chapter 34, Secrets and Family. My parents. Naruto repeated the phrase quietly and uncertainly. This wasn't the first time he and the Sandaime Hokage had discussed this topic. When he was younger and still living at the orphanage, Naruto had asked him if he knew who his parents were. The Hokage had told him that he did not know them. He told him that they had perished in the Kyuubi attack. The Uzumaki was near tears after hearing Hiruzen's answer, but the Hokage had helped brighten his mood by treating him to ramen that afternoon and promising to help look for more information about his parents. Did you actually find out anything about them? Finally. The Uzumaki questioned tentatively, afraid to get his hopes up. The older man shook his head in response as a frown crept on Hiruzen's face as he recalled his promise to search for information on Naruto's parents. No, Naruto, because I already had the information. He finally admitted. I knew your parents quite well. Naruto's eyes widened at the declaration. He looked at the Hokage in disbelief. Although he was aware that the Hokage had kept his status as the Kyuubi Jinchuriki a secret, he could partly see the logic behind it. He disagreed with it, but he understood what Hiruzen's intentions were. But keeping his parents a secret? When he was an orphan and knowing just what happened to his family was the only thing he truly wanted. After a few seconds, Naruto's surprised facial expression dropped into a more neutral, cold-looking expression. His eyes were now narrowed and focused solely on the Sandaime. So you lied to me. Hiruzen nearly flinched. Hearing Naruto speak with such a blank tone took him by surprise and bothered him. Both his tone, and his general attitude, did not match the boy he knew and treated like a grandson. What I am about to tell you is an S-ranked secret of Konoha. The Hokage finally spoke up after a brief period of silence. He took a deep breath before he matched Naruto's stare with one of his own. I give you permission to tell anybody who you deem careful enough to tell, but if they spread this information to anybody, they will be killed. What I am going to tell you is dangerous information that could ultimately get you killed if it fell into the hands of the wrong person. It was now Naruto's turn to flinch at the words spoken to him. He was still trying to process multiple sets of information. The Hokage did actually know who his parents were? And simply knowing who they were was dangerous? I understand. Naruto spoke up with a sigh. He looked at the Hokage with a softer look in his eyes. Can you tell me who they were now? A small smile developed on Hiruzen's face as he pulled out a picture and handed it to Naruto. The picture showed a young woman in her early 20s with long red hair tied in a ponytail. She wore a Konoha flak jacket over a black shirt and black pants. The woman was grinning in the picture and was making a peace sign with her hands. That was your mother, Uzumaki Kushina. Hiruzen commented as Naruto took the picture and started to study her. She had many nicknames in the bingo books. Crimson Reaper, Konoha's Chain Reaction, the Seal Mistress, but the one I remember most fondly is the Red-Hot-Blooded Habanero. This is my mother. Naruto asked tentatively, again, as he rubbed his hand against the picture. He memorized every inch of his mother's appearance in his mind. She's beautiful. Indeed she was. And just like you. The Hokage chuckled in response. Very rambunctious and always getting in trouble. She tended to act before thinking too much. But she was also one of the most capable shinobi I've ever had the pleasure of meeting, and one of the sweetest. Despite her temper, there was not a sweeter woman alive. Kushina really cared about the lives of her comrades and the people around her. She was a wonderful woman. She sounds like it. Naruto said with a sniffle. Tears were starting to develop in his eyes as he processed all of the praise the Hokage was giving his mother. Despite the tears, he looked down at the picture with a smile. Mom. You must have been awesome. Oh, she was. An absolute joy to be around. Hiruzen chuckled. She also shared the same responsibility you had. She was the previous Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Huh. The Uzumaki blinked in response. He rubbed away the tears in his eyes before he looked at the Hokage in confusion. My mom contained the Kyuubi? But how was that possible? I thought the Kyuubi attacked the village on my birthday and that nobody had seen him before then. That is false information that only spread because not many people were aware of your mother's status. She was the second Jinchuriki of the Biju and you were the third. The Sandaime clarified. I don't know exactly what happened on the day of the attack. Your father had made the necessary plans to keep the Kyuubi contained when she gave birth to you. I have no proof of anything, but I suspect foul play. I've had a few shinobi personally investigating the specifics behind the attack, but nothing has come up yet. I hope to one day be able to understand what happened, because the seal shouldn't have broken and the Kyuubi should not have gotten out of your mother. The Uzumaki scowled at the Hokage's words. The idea of somebody releasing the Kyuubi on the village, and ultimately killing his mother, infuriated him. He wanted to ask more questions about the Hokage's opinions and theories, but he realized that the Hokage mentioned something about his father. With that in mind, he decided to calm himself down and turn his focus towards that topic. And my father? You mentioned something about him a second ago. Hiruzen didn't give an immediate reply, he simply looked towards the window. Naruto turned his head to see what the Hokage was looking at and noticed the arrival of a new figure, Jiraiya of the Sunin. The Uzumaki's eyes focused in on the man in confusion, not having noticed him arrive. He recognized the man from his last-minute studies in the academy and knew about his occupation as Konoha's spy master. What was he doing here, listening in on his private conversation with the Hokage? Your father was my student, Namikaze Minato. Jiraiya spoke up quietly. Naruto's eyes, once again, widened in response. He felt the world around him freeze after those words. His father's name was Namikaze Minato? But, that was... My dad was... The Uzumaki started to speak. My successor. The Yondaime Hokage. Hiruzen finished for the blonde. Realization dawned on Naruto about why the topic was kept a secret from him. He was well aware of Minato's reputation around the world, especially in Iwa, Suna, and Kumo. When he was growing up, his life would have been in danger if there was even a rumor that the Yondaime Hokage had a child. The Sandaime Hokage obviously did everything he could to make sure the truth of his parentage was kept a secret as well as he could, and he seemed to have succeeded for the most part. Naruto grew up and lived to become a Chunin. He now had the maturity to understand the motive Hiruzen had to keep his parentage a secret, however. The Uzumaki looked downward, shaking his head slightly. Mixed emotions coursed through his body. He still had many feelings of admiration and respect for the Yondaime, the youngest Hokage ever and considered one of the nicest men Konoha had ever produced. Nothing was going to change a few basic facts. Naruto had respect for the man and had idolized him. However, Naruto had learned to look at things objectively. Thanks to his friendship with Kurotsuki, he had started to look at the Yondaime a little more objectively. He was a man who did kill thousands of Iwa shinobi all at once. Although nothing would change his respect for the man, being able to look at the Yondaime from this perspective prevented him from seeing as an idol any longer and made him see him as who he really was, Namikaze Minato. A man who, amongst all of his great and horrible actions in life, happened to seal the Kyuubi within him. If he's my father, then why? Naruto began to question quietly. Why'd he do it? Why'd he seal the Kyuubi inside me? He had no choice, Naruto-kun. Hiruzen answered, frowning. The Kyuubi needed to be sealed into a child and the Yondaime wasn't a man who would be able to ask somebody to offer up their child as sacrifice. No, what kind of man would ask something like that of somebody if they themselves weren't willing to do so? That, and I think he knew you could take it. Jiraiya spoke up. Naruto turned his attention to the Sunin, who was now smiling at him. To be able to contain and prevent the Kyuubi from running amok in Konoha. That's a huge responsibility that not everybody could do. He had to have somebody he trusted to do it. And I think he knew that you'd be able to grow and survive despite the Kyuubi. The man then gave the boy a thumbs-up gesture. And, from the looks of it, he was right. You've really grown strong, Naruto. The Uzumaki's eyes started to water after hearing the reasoning from both Hiruzen and Jiraiya. He wanted to still be angry at his father, but he knew that the man was right. he couldn't just ask someone to give up their child. Jiraya's answer, however, was the one that really affected him. Dad, was that part of your reasoning? Did you really have that much faith in me? He asked inwardly. A few seconds passed before he rubbed the tears out of his eyes, once again, and let a small smile cross his lips. If it was, then I hope I'm making you proud. I promise you, I'll grow tough and keep this village safe from the Kyuubi and from anything that would dare threaten it. Speaking of your father Naruto, I wanted to properly introduce you to Jiraiya. Hiruzen spoke up. I've, sadly, kept this meeting apart for way too long. I kept him from coming home for his own missions. So now, I can finally do what should have happened years ago. Naruto, I would like you to meet your godfather. The blonde's eyes widened at that statement. Am my godfather? A rather shitty godfather. A guy who hasn't been able to be in Konoha and look after his godson properly. Jiraiya admitted with a deep sigh. However, the man was able to smile and walk a little closer to the boy. But yes. I am. And it's great to finally meet Dash. The words didn't escape his lips in time before Naruto crashed into him, wrapping his arms around the Sannin. Jiraiya looked in surprise at the blonde that was hugging him, shaking slightly. I don't care. I have family. I have a family. Naruto exclaimed loudly and happily. More tears were running down his eyes, but he didn't bother trying to rub them away. I'm so happy to meet you. And I am so happy to finally meet you too, Naruto. Jiraiya replied quietly as he returned his hug. I also have to say, Naruto, I do have one more family member I'd like you to meet in a little bit. Hiruzen mentioned. His words caused Naruto and Jiraiya to break their hug and give the Sandaime their full attention. There's a woman, Uzumaki Tewa, who is descended from the same clan as your mother. She has the same blood of the Uzumaki that you have, basically making you her cousin. I have more family? A cousin? A clan. Naruto repeated the words the Sandaime Hokage was saying. He tried to process everything that he had heard in this conversation. Everything quickly overwhelmed him and the blonde started to fall backwards. Jiraiya managed to capture his body before he hit the ground. The blonde was now in the Sannin's arms, unconscious. Sarutobi-sensei, you really didn't let up today. You dropped so many damn bombshells on this kid in the span of a few minutes. Jiraiya commented as he rubbed at his godson's cheeks, brushing away the wetness from his tears. He has a right to know everything, even things that we just learned about, like the existence of Tewa. Hiruzen answered. This conversation needed to happen. And, he seems to be okay with everything. The Sandaime Hokage smiled as he looked fondly at the blonde in his student's arms. I'm hoping this will be a turning point in his life. He's always wanted to know about family and to have one. Although I know he has become close to his friends, I think he did deserve to know about his real family. After everything he's been through, he deserves a family. And, to be frank sensei, I'm going to be taking a leave from my responsibilities, regardless of any orders. I want to finally get to know my godson. We both have waited long enough. Jiraiya stated sharply as he started to walk towards the door, carrying his godson. I understand. I wasn't planning on assigning you field work for a while, anyway. The Hokage nodded his head. At least any field work without Naruto-kun. He pushed those thoughts to the side for a moment before ushering Jiraiya to leave the office. Take him home, Jiraiya. He should be lying down until he wakes up. The Sannin nodded as he left the Hokage's office, heading towards his godson's apartment. Ah, that was good. Kuratsuki exclaimed, releasing a content sigh. I'm going to be full for hours now. You're telling me? Shikamaru chuckled in response. After receiving their promotions to Chunin, Kuratsuki, Shikamaru, Hinata, and Sasuke, along with Oniki, went to Yakiniku-Q for lunch to celebrate. The group had fun and enjoyed the food there. Once they had finished eating, Hinata and Sasuke went their separate ways to their homes. Oniki, as well, went his own way to head back to his residence in Konoha. Kuratsuki and Shikamaru, however, stuck together and proceeded to wander the streets of Konoha together. That was a lot of fun, you know? I always think the best times you can have with somebody are when you go out to eat with them. Kurotsuka commented with a chuckle. I'd agree with that. Hell, even Sasuke was pretty cool then. The Nara joked. Although the Uchiha was not overly sociable during the meal, mostly keeping to himself, he did occasionally throw in a comment in the conversations and seemed to have enjoyed himself. Yup. Probably would have been a little more fun if Naruto showed up. The IWA Kunoichi said with a frown on her face. What do you think your Hokage wanted to talk to him about? It sure took up a lot of time. Who knows? Shikamaru shrugged in response. Might not be something too important. I know he and Hokage-sama are actually pretty close. They might just be chatting. But if it's something important, I'm sure Naruto will tell us tomorrow or something. I guess. Kurotsuka sighed in response. Was kinda hoping to see him though since I'm probably going to be heading back to IWA soon. Shikamaru opened his mouth to respond, but the words failed to come out of his mouth as he processed exactly what the Kunoichi said. He proceeded to look at her in disbelief and sadness. You are? He questioned. Well, the Chunin decisions were just made. IWA doesn't really have a reason to be here now. So, we'll probably be heading back either tomorrow or the day after. She answered with a frown. Sucks too. As much as I miss IWA, I've kinda gotten used to being here and seeing you guys. I can imagine. Shikamaru nodded his head in understanding. He looked forward and sighed. It won't be the same without you here. Of course it wouldn't. Other than your teammates, I'm the only other person who is willing to put forth the effort to make you go out and do stuff with me. Kurotsuka grinned in response. Ha. The Nara scoffed good-naturedly in response. You haven't met my mother yet. I have not. So she does this stuff too, then? Kurotsuka asked. Seeing Shikamaru nod his head caused the Kunoichi to smirk. Good. You need somebody to hold your hand and make you put in the needed effort at times. Shikamaru chuckled in response. He knew the girl was just joking. He had gotten used to Kurotsuka's humor and general attitude. Despite the strong difference in personality, he had really started to enjoy her company and he was going to miss her. Suddenly, an idea entered the Nara's head. However, he wasn't sure what motivated the thought, nor was he sure what made him voice it. You know, my mom would probably want to meet you. Would you like to come over for dinner with my family tonight? The Nara asked. Kurotsuka stopped walking immediately. Shikamaru stopped as well as he focused his attention on the Kunoichi in front of him. The normally confident granddaughter of the Tsuchikage was currently blushing and was looking away from Shikamaru nervously. Excuse me? She managed to speak. I was just thinking. My parents kinda wanted to meet my friends and if you're going to leave the village, then I'd like to introduce them to you before you have to go. Shikamaru quickly answered. His cheeks started to pick up a red tint, but neither he nor Kurotsuka noticed it. I mean, it was just a thought. If you're busy or don't want to go dash. No. It's not that. Kurotsuka spoke up quickly, and louder than she intended. It just took me by surprise, that's all. I should be able to come by. The Kunoichi then looked the Nara in the eyes and smiled, losing some of the nerves that were overcoming her. Yeah. I should be able to. I'll just have to go let my grandpa know. Go right ahead. Shikamaru chuckled. So I'll be seeing you later then. Yup. I'll see you later. Kurotsuka replied with a smile before she quickly rushed off in the direction of her grandfather's residence. Shikamaru continued his walk alone towards his own home. He needed to talk to his parents about his plans and whether they'd be okay with the additional visitor for dinner. Seriously Shikamaru, what the hell prompted that question? He asked himself as he continued on his walk. After eating lunch with Shikamaru, Sasuke, Kurotsuka, and Oniki, Hinata went back home to the Hyuga clan compound. The Kunoichi had a smile on her face after having a good time with her friends. She always felt this way every time she got the chance to spend time with them. Today was especially enjoyable to her because it had been a few days since she got the chance to meet with them. Due to the invasion and the necessary repairs that needed to be made around the village, everybody was busy. Hinata was doing her part, as were her own friends. Seeing them for the first time since the invasion, immediately after earning her Chunin promotion, put her in a joyous mood. The only way that her day would have been better would have been if Naruto could have come with them to lunch. Naruto-kun. She sighed mentally, trying to resist the urge to blush. Naruto, just like her and the rest of their friends, had been busy since the end of the invasion. He had even busy immediately after they received their promotions. Unfortunately, that meant she had not seen him in a few days, nor did she have the opportunity to talk to him about her giving him a kiss. I can't wait any longer. He has to know that means something more. Hinata told herself, shaking her head in slight frustration. I'm going to need to just tell him how I feel. The next time we are alone together, I'll tell him. I will. I promise myself. She told herself. Filled with confidence that had slowly been building in her since the end of her academy days, Hyuga Hinata walked towards the Hyuga clan compound, prepared for whatever life had in store for her later that day. Everything about his research is so complete. Kabuto had managed to finish reading every single page of all of Orochimaru's research notes. He had already began doing experiments on the blood samples that were still within the lab. The former right hand to the Sunin had never felt more alive as he recalled everything he learned. He had done so much research on all of the different bloodlines and clans within the elemental nations. The Senju, the Uchiha, the Hojiki, the Kagaya, the Kurogane, the Uzumaki. Kabuto started to recall the various subjects that had appeared in the research notes. The man was starting to become more and more impatient. After reaffirming his goals and studying all of Orochimaru's research notes that he could, Kabuto was anxious to actually begin his plans and start trying to reach his goal. He was no longer afraid of potential death at the hands of Konoha shinobi. The man knew he could sneak around and avoid being seen and captured. He now needed to focus on just moving around, obtaining everything he needed, and beginning his own personal experiments. I really don't have the time to be wasting. It's about time I finally came out. Kabuto told himself as a smirk developed on his face. Time to go out in the world and begin the applications of my research and my plans. With that thought in his head, the right hand of Otogakuer left the safety of the lab and headed out into the streets of Konoha. After a few hours of unconsciousness, Uzumaki Naruto finally woke up with a splitting pain in his head. He pulled himself out of his bed and stretched, trying to get used to being awake. Finally up? I don't recall seeing somebody stay unconscious for that long just after a conversation. The Uzumaki quickly turned his focus towards Jiraiya. The man was sitting in a chair by the door to his room with a brown, plain notebook in his hands. Once Naruto had woken up, Jiraiya put the book away and started to walk closer towards the blonde. It was then that information hit Naruto, once again. The memories of his conversation with Hiruzen re-entered his head, how Namikaze Minato and a woman named Uzumaki Kushina were his parents, how he had a cousin in the village, and how the man standing in front of him was his godfather. "How are you feeling, kid?" Jiraiya asked. "Need any water or something?" "No. I'm fine. I'm already becoming more awake." Naruto answered quickly. Jiraiya. "So? You really are my godfather, huh?" "Yeah." Jiraiya answered with a nervous smile. An awkward tension developed in the room as both the newly appointed Chunin and the Sunin stared at each other. Both had things they wanted to talk about with the other but were uncertain exactly how to start their conversation. Despite the tension, Naruto genuinely hated periods of silence. Therefore, with a nervous sigh, he tentatively broke the ice. "So, do you like ramen?" he questioned. "Heh." Jiraiya snickered at the question. "Probably not as much as you do, but I do enjoy ramen. You ever had Karaage fried chicken?" "No, I have not." The Uzumaki shook his head. "Boy, you are missing out. I'll definitely order you your first meal, on me. 'Cause that stuff is the food of Kami-sama himself," the Sunin declared. "There's a place in Mizu no Kuni that serves the best type of meat you'll ever have." "Really? I wonder what type of ramen they have there then." Naruto wondered. The blonde then started to look at Jiraiya in curiosity. "So you're the spymaster of Konoha, right?" The guy who is like never in Konoha because you are always out in some unknown town or village in the other countries. What's the rest of the world like? What's the coolest place you've seen? Jiraiya grinned as he started to tell stories to the Uzumaki over the years as Konoha's spymaster, as well as the different types of people and places he encountered. He also made sure to answer a few questions the Uzumaki had about his parents' personalities and relationship. Similarly, Naruto told him about some of things about his own personal life, about his friends and about his days as a genin. The godfather and godson duo took the time to finally reconnect as if they hadn't just met for the first time, no longer having that tension that existed. Naruto enjoyed himself greatly, but there was still another thought in the back of his head. Jiraiya was not the only living family member he was informed about during his conversation with the Hokage. Hey, Jiraiya. Naruto gave his godfather a curious look. Do you know where my cousin is supposed to be? Yeah. I know where her prison cell is. The Sannin nodded his head. Want to go meet her? Yeah, I would dash. Naruto stopped himself mid-sentence as he processed what his godfather told him. He gave him a confused look. Wait, prison cell? Why is she there? Did she try and do something to Konoha? It's kinda a long story. I'll explain on the way. Jiraiya answered with a shrug as he started to walk towards the front door of Naruto's apartment. Just follow me. With a nod of understanding, Naruto followed behind the Sannin. An awkward, tense silence had existed between Naruto and Jiraiya when they first truly started to talk with each other, but the blonde Uzumaki was easily able to break it. It was part of his natural charisma. This time, however, he was unable to break the ice as he studied his cousin, Teiwa, intently. Jiraiya had informed him of his cousin's history and her actions. Naruto was now aware that she, like Dosuo, was a former follower of Orochimaru. Unlike his friend, however, she was somebody who was caught and did not side against the traitor willingly. Jiraiya had informed him of her motivation that he and the Hokage had learned from her, and he admired her for her ambitions. The conflicting ideas, of her work with Orochimaru and her ultimate goals to restore the Uzumaki clan, had confused the blonde exactly how she was going to be like and how to approach his conversation with her. Fortunately for him, Teiwa seemed willing to speak first. After studying the blonde for a few minutes in silence, she finally opened her mouth to talk to him. So. You're Naruto, huh? You're the other Uzumaki? She questioned. Yeah. That's me. Naruto answered with a nervous smile. No offense, but when I first heard about you, I was expecting a guy with less blonde hair. I don't think I've heard of a blonde Uzumaki. Teiwa commented. Her word choice suggested to Naruto that she was making a joke, but her tone of voice seemed to suggest otherwise. Yeah, my mother was an Uzumaki and she had red hair. I just didn't inherit it. The Uzumaki replied with a chuckle. I can see that. The former Sound 4 member deadpanned. She got up from her bed and walked closer towards Naruto. She continued to walk until she was directly in front of him. She then let a small smile grace her lips as she studied him. But I can just feel it, you're an Uzumaki. You're literally the second member of our clan I have ever met. The Uzumaki clan, our clan, it really is alive. I'm happy to meet you, Naruto. I am too, Teiwa ne. The blonde Uzumaki smiled in response. Ne. Teiwa blinked in response. The boy had just met her for the first time and he was referring to her with that honorific? She opened her mouth to question him about it, but she was interrupted when she felt him start to hug her. Immediately, her eyes hardened and she pulled him off. Get off me. Naruto blinked in confusion at her actions and frowned. Teiwa noticed immediately and sighed, shaking her head. Sorry about that. I just don't like physical contact like that. The Kunoichi apologized. Nah, you shouldn't be sorry. The newly appointed Chunin shook his head. He then returned to smiling back at his cousin. Still, I really am glad to meet you and meet someone from our clan. I really didn't think there actually was an Uzumaki clan anymore. He then gave a curious look towards the Kunoichi. And you really think there are more members of our clan around the nations? I don't think, I know. Teiwaya answered confidently. She brought her hands together, her right fist colliding with the open palm of her left hand. I've already met our cousin in Kusa and I just know there are more out there. And you're going to find them. Naruto declared. He then shook his head, as if correcting his previous statement. No, we are going to find them and bring them back here. Look, do you actually believe the bullshit your Hokage was saying? He's not going to let me out of here. The former Sound 4 member answered with a shrug. Honestly, I'm just lucky he's even letting me meet you. There's no way in hell that he's going to give me a chance to flee the village. The old man's a good guy and he keeps his word. If he said he was willing to work with you and help with your goal, then he means it. Naruto told his cousin with a sigh. Believe that if you want. Teiwaya sighed in response. She hadn't expected her cousin to be so naive. All I know is that I worked under your Hokage's former student turned traitor. There's not a chance that he's actually sympathetic to my goals. Naruto frowned in response. He remained quiet for a few seconds as he tried to organize his thoughts together. You know, I'm the student of Mitarashi Anko, Orochimaru's former apprentice. And she had just as much of a grudge against Orochimaru as the old man Hokage did. Naruto spoke up quietly. I understand very clearly everything Orochimaru has done and all the evil he has brought to the world. I'll never forgive him. And, yeah, I don't think I'd like to be around somebody who worked with him willingly like you did. 'Cause unlike a friend of mine, you seemed to be aware exactly what Orochimaru was doing, but you were still working with him. But having said that, but I also understand what it's like to grow up without a family and want nothing more than to find one. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki's voice grew softer and he looked downward. Back when I lived at the orphanage and before I met my friends, I was completely desperate to make connections. All I wanted was somebody that loved me. I wanted a family more than anything else in the world. I couldn't imagine being like you, having a family only to get it taken away and being left with nobody. I completely understand why you would be willing to work with somebody like Orochimaru and how you would be willing to do anything to meet your family. That's why, despite my opinions on Orochimaru, I am willing to give you a chance. Naruto finally looked up back to his cousin and smiled. Because you mean well and you want something that nobody can fault you for. And I know that the old man will be able to do like me and give you a chance. And, with that chance, you and I can work together to help find the other members of our clan. Teiwaya had been quiet during Naruto's speech. The kunoichi, once he had finished, stared at him, completely dumbfounded. The boy knew of the nature of his work with Orochimaru and was the student of Mitarashi Anko. Despite those variables, he was willing to give her a chance. He was willing to see things from her perspective and sympathize with her. The red-haired Uzumaki had not trusted a single person since her parents' deaths. In her 14, almost 15, years of being alive, she had been a rather cynical human being who saw the worst in the people around her. Teiwaya wanted to rebuke Naruto's words and call him out on some form of bullshit within them. The woman, however, was unable to see any. Every word felt sincere to her. She wasn't certain if she truly believed him yet, but she really wanted to. You're quite special, aren't you? She finally spoke up once she cleared her mind. A small smile developed on her face once again. I'd like to find our clan together and rebuild it. And I'd love to help and rebuild the Uzumaki clan here. He told her as he held out his hand to her. And I give my word, as a shinobi of Konoha, that I'll do what I can to help rebuild our clan. In my opinion, the word of a shinobi means nothing. We're deceitful killers by occupation. Therefore, I'd like to give my word to you as an Uzumaki, as your cousin. Teiwaya spoke as she shook Naruto's hand. I'll show you and your Hokage that I'm trustworthy, and together, you and I will create our clan here in this village. A wide grin developed on Naruto's face, one that even Teiwaya was unable to prevent herself from reciprocating. The two of them finally had family once again and, if their plan followed through, would find more and more members of their clan. Hinata, in the end, took a little longer to arrive back at the Hyuga clan compound. She had to make a few personal errands and restock on equipment that she used during the Chunin exam finals and the invasion, errands that she had put off for longer than she should have. Once she finished, she opened the doors to the main building in the compound and prepared to walk to her room. Once she stepped inside, however, she was greeted by another member of her clan, Ko. Hinata-sama, Hayashi-sama has requested your presence for a moment. If you may, please go visit him in his personal study for just a little while. He informed her. Okay. Hinata nodded in understanding. The Hyuga heiress proceeded to walk down one of the hallways of her clan's compound in the direction of her father's personal study. It took her a few seconds before she reached the screen doors to the room. She opened the doors and was greeted by two men in the room, her father and her cousin. Father. She greeted him politely. She then turned her attention to the Hyuga prodigy and gave him a surprised look. Niji Naizen. Just as she had difficulties seeing her friends these past few days, she also had issues with finding her cousin. The last time she saw him was their personal fight during the Chunin exam finals. Hinata had intended on having a conversation with him and seeing how he was doing, but she could not find him. This was the first time she had the luxury to see him again, and unfortunately, it was not going to be in a private setting, where she could talk to him freely. Hinata-sama. It is nice to see you. Niji greeted her with a bow. His tone of voice was a surprise to her. It was not usually filled with his usual malice towards her. Instead, his tone was rather neutral. If anything, there was a slight polite edge to it. I see you did earn the Chunin rank. Congratulations. Thanks. Hinata replied with a smile. She was confused about Niji's tone and mood, but she wasn't going to question it too much. It made her happy to see her cousin's spirit uplifted in some way. Hinata, I have something I wish to discuss with you and Niji. Please, give me your full attention. Hayashi spoke up. The Hyuga heiress nodded her head and walked in the room to stand side by side with her elder cousin. Both Hyuga looked towards the clan head, waiting for him to continue with whatever he had to say. I had been watching the match between you two during the Chunin exams intently. All of the Hyuga clan did. The clan heiress versus the prodigy of the branch family, there wasn't a single Hyuga in the audience that wasn't looking forward to your match. The results of the match stunned everybody, including me. Hayashi noted. I saw the two shinobi in our clan with the most potential to change our ways. Huh. Hinata gave her a father confused look. Excuse me. Niji blinked in response, expressing the same confusion as Hinata. This is something I've been thinking about for a long time. Hisashi triggered these thoughts and they've been in the back of my head ever since. But now I can't ignore it, the clan's division in two branches is weakening us as a unit. It feels as if we are two separate clans within one. Hayashi admitted with a sigh as he shook his head in frustration. It is late for me to have this realization and do something about it. The elders of our clan have too much of a personal check on me to be able to do something now. However, I think they wouldn't be able to do anything to the strength of two rising figures in our clan. Hinata, Niji, I want you two to fix my mistakes and the mistakes of all previous clan heads. Hayashi requested to his daughter and nephew. From this day forward, I will oversee both of your training in the skills of our clan, in outside skills, and political training. In a few years, Hinata will take over as clan head. On that day, I want Niji to become your right hand and the two of you together will bring forth reform to the clan. You both will be skilled, both in strength and in politics, to wrestle control from the elders before they can trap you both in their political agenda. And together, you two will unite our clan once and for all. Hinata and Niji remained quiet for a few minutes after Hayashi's speech. The two briefly exchanged looks between each other as they both tried to independently comprehend the full extent of what the father/uncle had just said. This will mean the removal of the seal on the branch family. Niji realized, his eyes widening as his hands instinctively went to his forehead protector and the seal underneath it. Correct. Hayashi nodded his head in affirmation. Is this even a possible feat? Niji questioned as he closed his eyes in thought, trying to deduce the probability of Hayashi's plan succeeding. We're going against traditions that have been in place longer than the existence of Konoha. The sole purpose of the elders is to maintain tradition. They aren't going to accept this, no matter what. This could ultimately lead to more divide in our clan. But if that's how we think, then nothing will change. Hinata spoke up quietly, yet confidently. Do you believe this can be done, Hinata-sama? Niji opened his eyes and stared at Hinata intently. I don't know. But it's worth a shot. My father's right, our clan is suffering from its divisions. And if there's something we can do to fix it, then we need to do it. Together. She answered with a smile on her face. This is going against tradition, the destiny of our clan. Niji felt himself trying to resist Hinata's argument. However, he recalled his own battle with her during the Chunin exams and his subsequent loss. The proof of her victory, her Chunin flak jacket, prevented him from ignoring it. But it was Hinata-sama's fate to be a failure, and she defied it. She surpassed me. If she can defy fate once, she can do it again, and perhaps this means that I can as well. You're right. We'll do this together. He stated firmly, nodding his head slightly in agreement with his own words. Niji Naizen. Hinata's smile grew wider at her cousin's words. I warn you all, I will be a ruthless instructor. I will teach you both everything I know, as a shinobi, as a member of the Hyuga clan, and as a politician. But I will do in hopes that you all can surpass me and do what I was unable to do. Hayashi informed them as he let a smile grace his lips. I have faith in the potential you both have. Ugh. This was a mistake. Shikamaru grumbled to himself as he brought his hand to his neck uneasily. As soon as he mentioned to his parents that Kuratsuka would be joining them for dinner, his mother had freaked out and started making arrangements. She dropped everything to personally cook the meal for tonight and made Shikaku and Shikamaru clean every area of the compound possible so that way it was presentable. She also demanded that Shikamaru dress up. The Narayer was now wearing an elaborate black-green kimono, something he only wore for formal occasions. It's a pain, isn't it? Shikaku chuckled as he noticed his son's discomfort. Like him, he was wearing formal attire, a gray kimono with a red hakama over it that went a little past his waist. I hate dressing up. It's a pain. The Narayer rolled his eyes. I don't understand what mom's freaking out about and why everything needs to be perfect. It is literally just a friend of mine coming over for dinner. It's nothing more than that. Heh. Shikaku chuckled at his son's comments. She means well. She just wants to make a good impression and help you out. He patted his son on the shoulder. Have to say, I'm excited to meet this Kuratsuka girl. Anybody that you actually have an interest in must be something special. Wait. Shikamaru's eyes widened as he realized what his father and mother were thinking. Hold on a second. Let me make something clear, we are just friends. Nothing more. Not yet. Shikaku commented with a snicker and a teasing grin on his face. Dad, don't be troublesome. His son groaned in response. Ha. Shikaku replied with a boisterous laugh. I'm not trying to be troublesome. I'm just talking. I guess I should wait to meet this Kuratsuka girl before assuming something, although I will say that you are acting like me when I introduced your mother to my parents. So forgive me for making assumptions. Humph. Shikamaru shook his head in frustration. By the way, your little announcement about your friend took away from our earlier conversation, so I just wanted to say it again. Congrats on making Chunin so quickly. Shikaku informed his son. The grin on his face turned into a more sincere, proud smile. You did a good job during the exams. You have the right mind to lead. Thanks. Although, I don't know if I'd go that far to say that I'm ready to lead others. Shikamaru replied with a smile of his own as he rubbed the back of his head nonchalantly. I performed in the exams well because I figured it would be a waste of time to not give it my all. It just ended up being enough to earn the promotion. I don't know I'm really ready for all the responsibilities with the rank. It doesn't matter if you personally feel like you're ready or not, you displayed the qualities that show you have the capabilities to lead. And that's all that matters. Shikaku informed him. The Nara clan head proceeded to give his son a more serious look. Just know that your duties as a shinobi are going to become more serious. You can't afford to laze around on a mission. Always approach things with the right amount of attitude and energy. You can't afford to be lax for even 1 minute on the missions you'll now be assigned to. I realize that, Dad. Shikamaru informed him with a sigh. I'll do my job. I promise. Good. I have faith you will. And in your spare time, I'll ramp up your training. We'll start our training harder than ever until you learn everything that I can do. Shikaku informed him. Shikamaru opened his mouth to voice his opinions about more intensive training with his father, but the words died on his tongue as the sound of a knock sounded throughout the compound. That's her. Yoshino's voice boomed from another room in the compound. Shikamaru, let your friend in. We'll continue this talk later. Shikaku shrugged as he made a shooing gesture at his son. A smirk then developed on his face. Do as your mom said, Shikamaru. Go get your girlfriend and introduce us to her. Troublesome parents. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. With a sigh, the Nara heir walked towards the entrance to the compound. He then opened the front door to let Kuratsuki in. Hey, come on in. Standing in front of him was Kuratsuki. She was, however, not dressed in her normal attire. The girl was wearing a Western-style, sleeveless red dress. The dress went down from her neck and went down just below her knees. It was slightly tight and complemented her figure well. The kunoichi also wore a necklace with a singular pink gem on it. Shikamaru's eyes widened at the sight of the girl in front of him. He had never seen Kuratsuki dressed like this before. Formal attire like dresses or kimonos didn't appear to fit her personality. Seeing her in a dress, however, showed him just good she looked in one, however. He had never really thought too much about his friend's physical appearance, but for the first time, he realized just attractive she actually was. Hey. She greeted him with a smile, pulling him out of his thoughts. Nice to see you can actually dress up. That your own kimono? I can dress up sometimes. And yes, it is. Shikamaru chuckled in response. Nice to see you dress up as well. You look nice, Kuratsuki. A small pink tint developed on her cheeks, but the Iwa kunoichi smiled in response. Thanks. Now, I'm not late or anything. It took me a little longer than I thought to find your clan's compound. No, you're on time. Shikamaru assured her. He then ushered for her to come inside. My parents have been excited to meet you, so come on in already. Don't have to tell me twice. She replied as she walked inside. Was Dad really that nerdy? He was the frickin' yondaime. I expected to hear that he was this cool badass type. Naruto laughed. Yeah, badass is one of the last words I would use to describe Minato. He was definitely one on the battlefield, but in his personal life, he was just way too much of a dork. Jiraiya answered with a chuckle. It takes a special type of person to read science books on theories of space-time and physics and actually enjoy them for the knowledge. The Uzumaki continued to laugh. He and Jiraiya had spent most of the entire day simply chatting and getting to know each other. Naruto took every second he could to ask questions about his parents. Thanks to Jiraiya's answers, he was able to get a clearer picture of them in his head. They no longer seemed like blank silhouettes to him, and they were more than the names he had heard today. They were real people that he could actually imagine. Nothing would be able to take away his joy as he could finally envision what his parents were like. As the sun finished setting and the moon rose into the sky, Naruto started to yawn. He then walked over to his room slightly, mumbling good night to his godfather. You going to bed already, kid? It only just turned night time. Jiraiya questioned his godson teasingly. Yeah, I know. But I'm really tired. I've had a lot happen today and I need to sleep, I think. Naruto replied sleepily. Jiraiya nodded his head in understanding. He then walked towards the door to Naruto's apartment. I'll be over sometime tomorrow. You get some sleep then, Naruto. Take care. Naruto smiled as he waved goodbye to Jiraiya. He then entered his room and lied on his bed, feeling content. Today had been a crazy day. Him earning his chunin rank was actually the most tame thing to happen to him today. Learning about his parents, meeting his godfather, and meeting his cousin, so many different things happened and it took a lot to process everything. However, he was happy to have learned everything. I finally know who my parents were. Dad was the frickin' yondaime and was actually a nice guy, and Mom was just like me. He chuckled to himself. A second passed by as a memory re-entered his mind. His mother was just like him. She was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, and the Hokage had suspicions about the nature of the Kyuubi attack. His mind sobered immediately and he felt himself becoming more awake once again. The old man may not be able to learn anything from his own investigations, but I bet I can learn something. I have a primary source, after all. He told himself. He got up from his bed and sat down. He took in a deep breath before he closed his eyes. When he reopened them, he was now in his mind, standing in front of the gate of the Kyuubi. The fox was currently lying down on the ground with his eyes closed, as if he was asleep. "Yo, Kyuubi!" Naruto called out to the fox. The fox didn't seem to have a reaction at all to Naruto's words. The Uzumaki's eyes then widened in realization as he recalled the word Shukaku had used during the invasion. Kurama! Immediately, the Kyuubi's eyes opened in anger and he charged towards Naruto, hitting the gate that was trapping him. The fox, unable to attack the boy, simply opted to snarl at him in anger. "I already told you, boy, you don't have the right to call me that name. Damn you Shukaku for giving my name." The Kyuubi hissed. "If you don't want me calling that, then fine. I was just trying to get your attention," Naruto said with a slight frown on his face. "Although, are you sure you prefer Kyuubi? I mean, wouldn't you prefer to be called by your own than some title you have? Only one human has ever called me by my name and I will not insult his memory by letting you refer to me as such. So, yes, call me Kyuubi," the fox demanded. "All right. If you say. I don't want to upset you or anything," Naruto sighed in response. "Humph." The Kyuubi shook his head in response. "Anyway, let's cut to the chase. I know why you are here. I overheard that conversation you had with your Hokage. You want to learn about the night where your damn father sealed me inside you?" "Yes. I do." The Uzumaki nodded his head in affirmation. "Is the old man right, and was something, or someone, involved? Something that released you from your seal and made you attack the village and kill my parents? A Jinchuriki's seal is weakened during childbirth. It gave me the one opportunity where I could have gotten out. Why do you assume I needed something help to release myself?" The Kyuubi questioned Naruto. I don't know. The Hokage told me that my father made plans to make sure you couldn't get out alone, so I think somebody would have to have intervened," Naruto answered uneasily. "Besides, it looked as if the person influenced you to attack the village. My mom was your Jinchuriki. Would you have really killed willingly? You're an idiot and I don't understand your logic. Your mother was the sole thing holding me back from my freedom. Why would I not want to get revenge and kill her?" The Kyuubi continued to question. "Again, I don't know. But I just don't think you would have," Naruto admitted with a sigh. "Look, when we met the first time during the second exam, I felt there was a lot more to you than I initially thought. You didn't seem like the monster I had imagined you would be. And, well, knowing that you had a connection with my mom, I just can't imagine you killing her. I don't think you are evil like that. You don't think of me as evil." The Kyuubi appeared stunned by the revelation. "I like to think I'm good at reading people. I may not be able to do it always, but I think I can meet somebody and get a feeling of what they are like," Naruto answered with a sigh. "A man like Orochimaru or those two guys that attacked us on Tenchi Bridge, they were evil. I could tell almost immediately. But you?" The Uzumaki let a small, uneasy smile cross his lips. "I just think there's something else to you. I can tell you're an angry person, but I don't know if evil is the right word I would use. I don't know how to explain it, but I just feel it. And because of that, I really feel that you wouldn't just attack the village and kill my parents, especially my mom, just like that." The fox's eyes were wide in surprise. He simply could not understand Naruto's logic. The Uzumaki could just feel that he wasn't evil? He didn't seem like to kill meaninglessly? The Kyuubi hated humanity. Humans were, in his opinion, the root of all evil in the world. Naruto, in his mind, was just like the others and he wanted to try and distance himself from him once the two had established their mental connection with each other. He tried to antagonize him and offend the blonde into hating him. He, however, seemed to ignore the Kyuubi's attempts and seemed willing to give him a chance. If the blonde didn't see him as evil, would he then see him as something more than just a tool? Probably not. The fox thought bitterly. However, he's interested me enough that I think I can tell him about the truth. You amuse me, kid. Very well. I will talk to you about the day of your birth. He spoke, getting Naruto's attention. Now, before I begin, I have to ask you one question. What do you know about Uchiha Madara? Night fell over Konoha. Many of the residents were starting to turn in and go off to sleep. Unlike them, however, Jiraiya instead was walking through the streets feeling relief that he hadn't felt in years. After years of waiting, he finally got to meet his godson. He was now also on the way to developing a genuine relationship with him. Minato, Kushina, you two would be so pleased with the man he is becoming. Jiraiya told himself with a smile on his lips. Due to the day and the sheer amount of fun he had been having with Naruto, the Toad-Sannin waited until Naruto went to sleep before he continued with his duties and head towards the Hokage's office. He entered the room through the window. Hiruzen, as he had expected, was still in the office and was working on paperwork. The Sannin smirked at the sight of his sensei, hard at work. You know, it's days like these where I see you do nothing but paperwork when I realize I'm glad I'm not the Hokage. I could never stay cooped up in an office doing busy work. He commented to his teacher. This busy work is only because of the invasion and needs to be done. It's not much of an issue. Hiruzen replied, not even looking up to his student. He was too focused on his work. I thought you mentioned you'd be here around 7. It's much later than that. Yeah, I know. Sorry about that. The Sannin replied, rubbing the back of his head. But hey, I was with Naruto. Forgive me for just taking advantage of our time together for a bit. I know. That's what I assumed you were doing. And I don't fault you for that. Just send me a shadow clone to inform me the next time. The Hokage requested. He finally looked up from the paperwork and gave his student a curious look. How is he? Taking everything very well. He's accepted what his parents had to do and doesn't blame them. He's now just asking about everything I know about them. He got a real kick when I explained to him how Minato proposed to Kushina. Jiraiya commented with a snicker. Ah, I remember that day. Hiruzen smiled fondly as he remembered the elaborate plan Minato had for Kushina. Kushina really rubbed off on him. It's the only way I can ever truly explain why he, the rule-abiding, polite Namikaze Minato, was willing to vandalize the Hokage monument to write, "Will you marry me, Kushina-hime," and paint a small, chibi-like version of himself on his knees. You may call it vandalism, but the villagers and I had to say that it was cute, especially when she responded back by writing the word yes, underneath and painting a chibi version of herself kissing him. The Sannin stated as his snickering turned into full-blown laughter. It was cute, yes. They were a lovely couple. Hiruzen chuckled. He then pushed the thought to the side to focus on why he had called Jiraiya to the office. And did you introduce him to his cousin? I did. And to be honest, they hit it off better than I thought. Jiraiya admitted. Based on the little interaction I had with her, I thought she was going to hate him, but she seemed to be interested in him. And they both were just excited to meet another Uzumaki. I figured. The Sandaime Hokage nodded his head in understanding. I'd like for them to strengthen their relationship and help re-establish the Uzumaki clan. I'm thinking of assigning them to a mission to investigate Uzushiagakuer. Jiraiya blinked in response. Assign a mission? Sensei, Teiwa isn't a Konoha shinobi. Yeah, she seems to get along with Naruto, but we still don't know how sincere she truly is. I want to believe her, but you have to be realistic with how you handle her. I realize all of this. Teiwa is still a wild card in regards to her loyalties. That is why on that mission, I'd like you to go with them and observe her. See if she makes an attempt against Konoha or tries to flee. This can really test if she is being truthful in regards to her loyalty. Hiruzen stated. Besides, I feel like letting her visit Uzushiagakuer will show her that she, and the Uzumaki clan, means something to us. I feel like this could ultimately result in her becoming a trustworthy shinobi who doesn't have to live a life under arrest. This could pave the way to her becoming an active member of Konoha. I see. Jiraiya nodded his head in understanding. I can do that. So the mission will just be me, Naruto, and Teiwa. Yes. I'll make it a B-rank mission and will pay for it myself. I'll work out the specific details later, but I'd really appreciate if they tried to maybe learn something from their trip about their clan. After all, most of the areas of Uzushiagakuer are still inaccessible to non-Uzumaki. That clan was too good with Fuinjutsu. Hiruzen chuckled. And who knows? Maybe along the way, they'll encounter more members of their clan. There are rumors that a few members of the clan live somewhere near the ruins of the village. It's all possible. Who knows? Jiraiya shrugged. But I'll definitely be willing to go on the mission. Send me a message when you want us to head out and I'll make the arrangements with her and Naruto. Will do. Expect the mission within the next few days. I'll file the official mission once I have the time. Hiruzen informed him. This was honestly all I wanted to discuss with you. You're dismissed now, Jiraiya. The Sunin nodded. He then left the office, mumbling something about red light district and research. Hiruzen chuckled at his student's words before returning his focus to his paperwork. He was just about to start up again when he was interrupted the sound of his office's door being slammed open. Hokage-sama! Uchunin exclaimed frantically as he rushed inside. Someone from Oto attacked the researchers that were studying Orochimaru's corpse. What? The Sandaime shouted before he made a singular hand sign, disappearing in a shunshin. Deep within the basement of the Torture and Investigation Department was a room filled with the bodies of 4 dead researchers. They were all Takubutsu Jonin specializing in forensic investigation and were studying Orochimaru's body. All of them were amongst 5 shinobi hand-chosen by the Hokage to work on this case, making him feel personally responsible for their deaths. Ibiki, due to his role as the head of the department, and the Sandaime were currently in the room doing their own investigation of the murders. How do we know someone from Oto killed them? Hiruzen questioned. 4 out of the 5 died. The 5th one is currently in the hospital and is being treated. We don't know if he'll make it through. Ibiki sighed in response. He, too, was involved with the decision-making process for the researchers and, therefore, felt that he was also partially responsible for their deaths. Nevertheless, he was conscious when we arrived on the scene and he recognized the Otogakuer Forehead Protectors. Did he mention any specifics of the attacker's appearance? The Hokage asked. Silver hair and glasses. Ibiki answered, gritting his teeth. Hiruzen's eyes darkened. Yakushi Kabuto. Damn it. The Sandaime slammed his fist against the wall of the room, causing it to crack slightly. Ibiki had no reaction to the Hokage's action. So much damage could have been saved if we had recognized that spy sooner. I've already informed the Umbu and they are out scouring the village for him. Ibiki informed him. If they don't find him before tonight, I'd recommend putting him in the bingo book. He's a threat to this village the longer he is left alive, especially considering what he has taken from the village. What did he take? Hiruzen's eyes narrowed on the TNI department head. As you can see here, he has taken Orochimaru's right hand. Ibiki explained, pointing to Orochimaru's body. The deceased body was still in the room, lying on a table with a bunch of instruments next to it. As Ibiki had said, the body was missing its right hand. For some reason, he didn't take the whole body. I presume he wanted some of his master's D.N.A, but didn't want to travel with the whole body. I don't really know his full motives. The Takubutsu Jonin gritted his teeth again, imagining the spy escaping the village. Regardless, that wasn't all he took. Apparently, he broke into the graves of many important shinobi and labs in the building here and stole D.N.A and blood samples from them. The Sandaime's face paled immediately. What samples did he take? Plenty of them. But there was one body he raided in particular. The entire body was taken, along with all of the associated blood samples we had of her. Ibiki began listing names, starting with the person whose whole body Kabuto had taken. As the TNI department head continued to recite information, Hiruzen's face continued to pale further and further, and he felt a sickness developing in his stomach. By the time the man had finished his report, the Hokage could only shake his head in frustration and disappointment. I can't believe it was that easy. Kabuto chuckled to himself. Perhaps it was due to the nature of his work. One of his specialties, after all, was stealth, and he had earned the praise of Orochimaru, Danzo, and Sasori for his abilities. Whatever the reason, Yakushi Kabuto was able to get out of the village as fast as he could with bags and scrolls filled with all of the D.N.A and blood samples he could obtain. Orochimaru-sama, I hope from wherever you are in hell, you are watching me. Your research was complete, and I will be the one to actually implement the fruits of your research on this world. The right hand of Orochimaru chuckled to himself. With that thought in his mind, Kabuto continued to rush through the forests away from Konoha and towards the Hi-no-Kuni border. He had many plans that he needed to implement, and he couldn't afford to waste any time. Chapter 35, Being Chunin. So you are telling us that your parents are Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato, are Yondaime. Anko started to speak. That Jiraiya of the Sunin is your godfather. Shikamaru continued. And that you have a cousin living in this village, one that was formerly working for Orochimaru. Hinata finished. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly in response. The Hokage had given him the okay to inform anybody he deemed trustworthy about the revelations he had learned the day before. He knew his teammates were trustworthy and would not spread the information, and therefore, he wasted no time in telling them. When Anko invited the team to a celebratory home-cooked breakfast at her apartment to congratulate them on earning their promotions, Naruto decided that was the time to let them know. Just like him, however, the three other members of Team 3 were quiet and in deep thought after hearing everything. It was a lot to take in all at once. The silence was finally broken by Anko with a deep sigh. Well damn. I guess becoming a Chunin doesn't really mean much after all of that. The newly appointed Jonin commented. Still, Namikaze Minato? The fucking Yondaime. Anko then leaned forward to get a better look at Naruto's face. She then proceeded to chuckle. Don't know how none of us have seen that. Honestly, you look a lot like him. I guess a little. Naruto replied with a smile. But I like to think I got the looks from both of my parents. I have some of my mom in me. Uzumaki Kushina actually sounds like a familiar name to me, but I can't really remember where I heard that name before. Shikamaru commented as he closed his eyes in thought. I think my dad may have said something about her once. Kushina. Hinata mumbled to herself. That name sounds so familiar to me, but where would I have heard it before? I'd be surprised if that was the only person you heard about her from. Anko snorted at Shikamaru's words. She was a fucking legend amongst Kunoichi that actually gave a damn about their career. And, honestly, I think she actually was in the running for the Yondaime position like your father. Really? Naruto's eyes widened. Jiraiya and the old man didn't really say too much about her skills. All they told me were her nicknames in the bingo books and that she was a good shinobi. Better than good, kid. Anko declared. Just look one of those nicknames up in one of the older books and I'm sure you'll find something interesting about her. Will do. The Uzumaki replied in mock salute. He then brought his hand to the back of his head once again and rubbed it sheepishly. Anyway, I don't want you all thinking differently because my parents were badass shinobi or something. I just wanted to let you guys know since I just heard about it, and I'd want you all to know. Naruto, you could be the direct son of the Rakuto Sennin and it wouldn't change my opinion of you. You're still the same annoying blonde that I've known since the academy. Shikamaru chuckled in response. Oh, haha. Funny. Naruto rolled his eyes. The blonde did have a smile on his face, however, after hearing the Nara's words. Not trying to be. Just saying my opinion. Shikamaru continued to chuckle. Although, in all seriousness, I think it's pretty cool that the Yondaime is your dad and that this Kushina woman was your mom. I think it's amazing that you found out who your parents are, and I'm so happy for you, Naruto-kun. Hinata stated with a wide smile on her face. The Hyuga heiress had a very strong red on Naruto and his own personal desires. She knew how much he wanted a family of his own and, therefore, knew how much knowing who his parents were, no matter who they were, meant to him. Thanks Hinata. Naruto replied as a small blush developed on his cheeks. Before anyone could properly realize that Naruto was blushing, a loud rumbling noise came from the blonde's stomach. His blush intensified and he was now chuckling in embarrassment. Shikamaru shook his head in amusement, Hinata giggled, and Anko proceeded to laugh loudly. Damn kid, you're hungry. The Jonin commented with a smirk. She then walked over to the counter in her apartment's kitchen. Can't blame you though. You all came over for breakfast and then you dropped the ball on us with your announcement, so I forgot to get working on food again. She then hurried over to her fridge and pulled out a carton of eggs. We got to hurry and eat, too. We all need to meet up with the IWA Shinobi before they head out. Yeah, I know dash. Naruto stopped mid-sentence and looked at his Jonin sensei in surprise. Wait, the IWA Shinobi are leaving? Yeah. Kurotsuka told me last night. Shikamaru answered, frowning at the thought of the IWA Kunoichi leaving. They're not Konoha Shinobi, you know? And the Tsuchikage is with them. They really can't afford to just sit around and waste time here. They have their own home they need to head back to. I see. Naruto sighed in response. The Uzumaki was going to miss spending time with Roshi and Han. He had become close with the Yonbai Jinchuriki and even closer to the Gobi Jinchuriki and really enjoyed every second with them. He also really liked both Kurotsuki and Roto and didn't want them to leave. He didn't want to imagine his friends leaving, especially if he didn't know when he would see them again. So let's hurry up with breakfast and get out so we can see them off on time. Anko replied as she started to crack one of her eggs. You guys are in for a real treat, by the way. This is your first time having a meal prepared by yours truly. Now, prepared to be amazed by the best damn omelette you will ever have, cooked Mitarashi style. Breakfast at Anko's apartment went by quickly for the members of Team 3. Anko was not kidding, she could indeed make an amazing omelette and earned the approval of all her students. Each of them happily finished their meal and thanked their sensei multiple times. Once they had finished, the group chatted amongst each other about the exams as they killed time before they needed to meet up with the IWA Shinobi. Time went by fast, however, and it soon became noon, the scheduled departure time. The members of Team 3 hurried over to the gates of Konoha where they saw the group of IWA Shinobi waiting. At the front of the group was Oniki and Hiruzen. The two Sandaime Kage were chatting quietly with each other about something. Team 3 ignored them, however, and focused on a group of 5, Roshi, Han, and Han's students. You guys made it on time. For a moment there, I thought you were all going to arrive late and miss us. Kurotsuka commented with a smile. Her eyes were focused on Shikamaru as she emphasized the word late. You think you're so funny, don't you? Shikamaru sighed. Please, I'm more than funny. I'm fucking hysterical. Kurotsuki replied with an eye roll. Her joke earned a grumble from the Nara, but a laugh from the other members of Team 3, Roshi, Roto, and even Risho. The Uzumaki noticed the Kurogana's laughter and turned to face the boy for the first time since their match. How are you doing, by the way, Risho? Naruto asked slightly hesitantly. Is everything, okay? Risho's eyes moved slightly to the side as he looked towards another group of IWA Shinobi towards his cousin, Kyuzari. The elder Kurogana clan member had a scowl on his face and was purposely looking away from him. Risho eventually turned his attention back to Naruto and sighed. I'll be fine. I had a good talk with Roshi and Han sensei. I'm not going to get kicked out of my clan, but I know my cousin's going to damage my reputation amongst them. The Kurogana clan member sighed. Your cousin is an asshole. The Uzumaki stated loudly. The rest of the IWA Shinobi in the area heard his comment. Kyuzari turned to face Naruto and glared at him, but gave no other reaction. Seeing his cousin's reaction, Risho started to laugh again. He really is. You don't even know the half of it. He commented between his laughs. Once he finally calmed down and stopped laughing, he gave the Uzumaki a curious look. By the way, you were being serious after our fight in the exams, right? You want to rematch me someday? Naruto nodded in response, prodding the Kurogana to continue. Then you best start preparing for it. My training regime is going to be doubled, and the next time you see me, you'll be facing the best swordsman IWA has produced in years. Cocky, aren't ya? Naruto asked with a smirk. Risho returned his smirk with one of his own. A little, yeah, but you have to set your expectations high. If they're too low, you don't really have much to try and reach for. The IWA genin then extended his fist towards Naruto, and his smirk turned into a good-natured smile. You beat me once before, so I got to work to get back to your level and take you down next time. So you're going to need to train hard as well, because I want to earn my victory over you. Believe me, you're going to have to work hard for it. Naruto commented as he fist-bumped the Kurogane clan member. The teammates of the two shinobi noticed the interaction between Naruto and Risho and smiled at their comments. Hinata turned to Roto before she spoke to him. Risho-san seems to be a lot nicer towards Naruto-kun. And Konoha in general. She noted. Yeah, he has. I still think he's still kinda a dick, but he does seem to have a better attitude towards everyone. Losing to Naruto probably did help him. Roto commented with a shrug. He then reached into the backpack he was wearing and pulled out a small notebook. Anyway, I wanted to give this to you before we left, Hinata-chan. Hinata-chan. After hearing the name, Naruto turned his attention away from Risho and looked at Roto and Hinata. The Hyuga heiress was currently looking through the book with curiosity. It was a book of flower species, many of which she had never seen before. Each page was filled with a new flower, its common and scientific name, the environment where it would grow naturally, and any poison and medicinal benefits of the flower. The girl continued to turn through each page with great interest. Most of the flowers are from Tsuki no Kuni, so if you are ever in the country on a mission there, you'll know what to look for. Roto commented with a smile. You know, if you're still looking for a species to make a good medicinal cream, it'll help me a lot. Hinata declared as she finally closed the book and gave the civilian-born IWA genin a smile. Thanks you so much, Roto-kun. A slight frown crossed Naruto's lips as he watched Roto chuckle in response. The Uzumaki, when he heard that Roto liked Hinata from Rashi, thought that the Yonbai Jinchuriki was lying to just get a reaction from him. Seeing the civilian-born genin now, and thinking back to his interaction with Hinata, he realized that it was no lie, Roto did like Hinata. And he was not the most subtle person about it. You know, I don't think she's aware he likes her. Somehow Risho commented nonchalantly with a shrug as he noticed Naruto staring at the other two genin. But I guess it doesn't matter. She'll know the next time he sees her. Roto told us that the next time we meet you guys again, he's going to ask her out. I see. Naruto shook his head in response as his mind began to process that information. Okay, I have to talk to Hinata before that then. Hey Naruto, you doing okay? Kurotsuka questioned, snapping him out of his thoughts. I'm fine. Naruto replied, turning his attention towards the Iwa Kunoichi. I'm dash. Naruto's words died on his tongue as a realization came to his mind. Although Kurotsuki had warmed up to the idea of accepting Konoha and understanding their actions during the Third Shinobi World War, she was still not fond at all of the Yondaime Hokage, Naruto's father. She had even already asked him about his relation to him when he did not know about it. A frown crept up on his face as he imagined how she would react to learning about who his father was. Would she care? Would she hate him for telling a lie about who it was? Would she hate him solely because of what her father did to Iwa during the war? Yo, Naruto. Pay attention. Kurotsuka spoke up as she snapped her fingers in front of his face. He moved back in surprise at her actions. It took him a second to calm down before he looked at Kurotsuki and sighed. Sorry, I'm kinda spacing out a bit. I just have a lot on my mind. Care to talk about it? She offered. Next time. I'll have everything resolved and can talk about it the next time I see you. Naruto told her with a smile as he held out his hand towards her. Does that sound good to you? I suppose. Kurotsuka nodded her head as she extended her hand and shook his. Keep training hard, Naruto. I'm aiming to become a Jonin A.S.A.P, so you should be doing the same if you don't want to get left behind. I'll be a Jonin too, then. You're not getting ahead of me. I got to become Hokage before you become Tsuchikage, after all. The Uzumaki replied back. As if that'll happen. Kurotsuka grinned in response. She then turned her attention towards Shikamaru. You should try to get promoted too, Shikamaru. I don't want you following behind as well, just because you're a little lazy. I'll see what happens. Shikamaru sighed in response. I won't try and not get promoted. That's probably the best I can hope from you at the moment. Kurotsuka sighed. She broke her handshake with Naruto and walked towards the Nara with a smile. It's been really fun. We'll see each other again sometime. So, you take care of yourself, okay? And you take of yourself as well. The Nara said back with a smile of his own. Don't overwork yourself too much. I won't. Just don't slack off too much either. The Iwa Kunoichi replied. Before Shikamaru could say something back, Kurotsuki reached forward and hugged him. Instead of replying verbally, the Nara opted to returning the hug. Not to be rude and interrupt something, but we really should be heading out. Han spoke up, clearing his throat and getting the attention of the group. The Tsuchikage and Hokage are done conversing with each other. The group nodded to each other. Team 3 said their goodbyes, once again, to Roto, Risho, and Kurotsuki. They then said goodbye to Han and Rashi. Naruto was the last one to walk up to the two Jinchuriki. He smiled at them. Old man, Han and you two need to come back sometime again. He told them. Or you come up to Iwa. There's a couple places in our village that I think you'd like. At the very least, we have a couple of ramen stands for you to try. Rashi chuckled. Regardless, whether in our village, yours again, or somewhere in the world, we will see each other again. Han noted in a cheerful tone of voice. He brought his hand down to Naruto's head and ruffled his hair, causing the Uzumaki to chuckle in response. Take care of yourself, Otauto. And you take care of yourself, Han and he replied. Rashi and Han, along with Han's students, noticed in their peripheral vision that the sand-aimed Tsuchikage and the other Iwa shinobi were starting to leave. Waving goodbye one last time, the 5 Iwa shinobi followed behind the others. In a few minutes, the group was completely gone and the gates to Konoha were closed. Well, I had enough sappy moments to last me for the rest of the day. Anko replied with a chuckle as she started to walk enough. I know I'm not technically your sense anymore, but I really got used to training with you brats. Stop by the training field at our usual time whenever you want and I'd be more than happy to keep working with you guys. We'll be there. Naruto, Hinata, and Shikamaru told her in near unison. Anko grinned in response as she waved goodbye to them as she walked away. With the Jonin gone, Hinata turned to Naruto with reddish-tinted cheeks. Naruto-kun. Do you care if we go on a walk for a little bit? I kinda wanted to talk to you. Hinata questioned. Naruto nodded in agreement, a smile developing on his face and his cheeks turning red as well. He opened his mouth to verbally agree, but he was interrupted by another person's voice. I hate to interrupt, but do you care if I borrow Naruto-kun first? Hiruzen spoke up as he walked toward the group. The newly appointed Chunin looked towards the Sandaime Hokage. They had forgotten that he had even been at the gate with them, seeing off the Iwa shinobi. Naruto noticed the serious look on the Hokage's face and he nodded in understanding. He then turned to Hinata and rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. I think I need to go do this. I'll meet up with you soon, okay? He promised her. Why yeah, that's okay. Hinata replied with a small smile. I'll see you later Naruto-kun, Hokage-sama. Both the Uzumaki and the Hokage nodded as they walked off, towards the academy and the Hokage's office. Hinata and Shikamaru were left alone. When Naruto and Hiruzen were out of hearing distance, the Hyuga heiress let out a frustrated groan. I was finally going to talk to him about my feelings. She grumbled to herself. Heh. Were you, now? Shikamaru teased the Hyuga. Hinata noticed a trace of doubt in Shikamaru's tone of voice. She looked at him with a determined look on her face. I was. I really was. The Hyuga heiress sighed in response. I'll just talk to him later now, I guess. I believe you, I believe you. The Nara reassured her with a chuckle. Hinata hummed to herself as she closed her eyes in thought as she began to wonder exactly how she would talk to Naruto. Another thought, however, entered her head and she looked at the Nara with a sly, teasing smirk developing on her face. I'll worry about that later. Anyway, how are you and Kurotsuka doing? That was rather long for a hug between friends, you know. It was Shikamaru's turn to blush brightly in response. He grumbled in response, trying to come up with some coherent response. He ultimately failed, however, causing Hinata to giggle, much to his chagrin. Jiraiya? Teiwane? What are you two doing here? Naruto questioned. When the Hokage had asked Naruto if he could talk with him, he requested that they headed to his office. Once they arrived, they were greeted by Jiraiya and Teiwa, who were already present in the room. The Sunin was currently writing something down on a notebook and didn't seem to immediately respond to the presence of Naruto or the Hokage. Teiwa, on the other hand, focused her attention solely on the two. I don't know. I'm here because my presence was required. I can't leave my prison cell for any other reason after all. Teiwa rolled her eyes. Hey old man, what do you want with me? You're here because you, Naruto-kun, and Jiraiya are all going to go on a mission together. Hiruzen replied as he walked over to his desk and sat down in the chair. Both Naruto and Teiwa looked at the man in confusion. Naruto was surprised to hear that he was getting a mission so fast since his promotion to Chunin, and was even more surprised that it was going to be a mission with his cousin and his godfather, his only known living family. Teiwa, on the other hand, was surprised simply that the Hokage was treating her as if she was a shinobi of Konoha. You do know that I'm not one of your ninja, right? Or is your old age starting to affect your memory? She reminded him sharply. I'm aware you aren't a shinobi of Konoha, Teiwa. Hiruzen replied. Yet, he pushed that thought to the side as he began to speak up. However, this mission is something I thought you'd be interested in and I'm willing to let you go on it. I need a group of shinobi who are able to investigate the ruins of Uzushiagakuer. Uzushiagakuer. Naruto repeated the name in surprise. You mean, the home of the Uzumaki clan? Our clan. Teiwa continued, her eyes blinking over and over again. Uzushio and Konoha were allies long, and it's one of my own personal regrets that we, as a village, couldn't stop the attack that destroyed the village. Hiruzen's eyes went downward as he recalled hearing the news and learning about the destruction. Too much time has passed and many villagers seem to have forgotten the importance of Uzushio to our village. Therefore, I think it's time I finally send a group to investigate the destruction. You never sent one before? Teiwa questioned, both out of curiosity and in suspicion. Hiruzen shook his head. I wasn't going to send a group that didn't have an Uzumaki in it. Unfortunately, the only Uzumaki in the village was your mother, Naruto-kun, and Kushina was not comfortable visiting the ruins. Mom didn't want to go. Naruto asked in confusion. Hiruzen opened his mouth to elaborate, but he was interrupted by the former Sound 4 member. What do you mean that you weren't going to send a group without an Uzumaki? She asked. As you surely know, Teiwa, the Uzumaki clan shinobi were renowned for being experts in Fuinjutsu. Jiraiya spoke up, putting away his notebook and giving full attention to the conversation around him. There are many areas in Uzushiagakuer that are protected by their seals to this very day, seals that prevent any person that does not have the Uzumaki blood from entering. So only an Uzumaki can enter the village. Naruto asked. No. I think all protective seals of that nature were destroyed when the village was invaded. Jiraiya answered glumly. In the village, however, there are certain areas still being protected by their seals. And there are traps that'll injure or kill any non-Uzumaki intruder. Ah, I see. So that's why I'm here. A scowl started to develop on Teiwa's face. You think that I'll be your guinea pig and will give out my clan's secrets to you, huh? Well, newsflash, shithead, but I won't dash. I'm not asking for your clan's secrets, Teiwa. Hiruzen spoke up loudly, interrupting her speech. The Sandaime then immediately sighed. Teiwa's constant cynicism was still something he was getting used to. All I want to know is the condition of the village and that the traditions of the Uzumaki can be passed down to the surviving members of the clan, you too. If you want to share information with Konoha, then I'd be willing to take it. But I just want to make sure that any information there will not be permanently lost. And if you and Naruto-kun think that the information should remain a secret for only you and your descendants, then so be it. The red-headed Uzumaki was stunned into silence at the Hokage's words. He was willing to let her keep secrets about Uzushiagakuer if she wanted to. It was already surprising to her that he was going to allow her to leave her prison and Konoha to travel to her clan's ruined village. To hear that she would be allowed to learn her clan secrets and keep them private was a surprise to her, one she had a hard time believing. I don't know if I think things should be kept a secret for our clan or if things should be known to the village. But one thing's right, I want to see the village and see what my ancestors had kept hidden there. I want to learn as much about the Uzumaki as I possibly can. Naruto declared as he looked at the Sandaime Hokage with determination in his eyes. I'm ready for the mission, whenever. Learn about our clan. Teiwa repeated Naruto's words. All the surviving Uzumaki should be able to do that. Maybe. Am I in a position to ask for a request? Or do I simply have to go along with what you order us? The redhead spoke up quietly. You can ask something. If it's not much of a hassle, then I will agree to it. Hiruzen informed her. I discussed with you earlier that I know of another Uzumaki in Kusa. Teiwa stated. Her words gathered Naruto's attention, who was surprised to hear that there was another known Uzumaki alive. If it's not too much, I'd like to send a letter to her and invite her to go with us. You want to invite a shinobi of Kusa? Jiraiya questioned. His eyes were narrowed in suspicion at the former subordinate to Orochimaru. No, I'm not. Karin may be a shinobi, but she's an Uzumaki first. I'd like to invite another Uzumaki to take the opportunity to visit our ancestors' village with us. Teiwa spoke up. I'm fine with that. Naruto nodded his head in agreement. Although he did now know who this Karin was and what she was like, the idea of meeting more family to him was important. He was willing to trust her and wanted to see what she was like. I'm fine with that. Hiruzen voiced his opinion. Naruto grinned in response and brought his left hand and right palm together. Teiwa and Jiraiya, on the other hand, were looking at the Hokage in shock at his request. You're going to allow her to come with us? Teiwa questioned in disbelief. You are right, an Uzumaki should be given the right to visit that village. Hiruzen informed her with a smile on his face. Write me a personal letter for her and I'll send it, along with a request letter, to Kusa. They'll respond back immediately and, if she is given permission to come, then the mission will begin when she arrives here. Oh okay. Teiwa replied. A smile developed on her face as she looked at the Sandaime Hokage. You have my gratitude, old man. See, I told you he wasn't that bad. Old man Hokage is actually a really nice, cool guy. Naruto informed his fellow Uzumaki with a chuckle. I can see that now, I can see. Teiwa admitted with a chuckle. With the decision about the mission made, Naruto was dismissed and allowed to return to his apartment. Teiwa was then escorted by another shinobi back to her cell, where she would await the arrival of Karin and the beginning of the mission. The Hokage was now left alone with his student. Sarutobi-sensei, are you sure it's wise to bring along this girl from Kusa? Jiraiya questioned. I suppose this is a risk, but I really do want Teiwa to trust us. I'm willing to allow this. I trust you will know if she is a potential threat to the village and will handle her accordingly, like you will Teiwa if she actually tries something on the mission. Hiruzen informed him. Besides, I was being sincere when I said that I would like the information of Uzushio to pass on to the current living Uzumaki. I knew too many good Uzumaki in my lifetime that would want their knowledge to be passed down. If it means sharing that information with Kusa, then so be it. If you say. Jiraiya sighed. He then started to walk towards the window. Anyway, I'm going to back and visit Naruto again. If we have some downtime before the mission, I'm going to begin training him. You do that. I'm sure he wouldn't mind learning from one of the Sunin. The Hokage chuckled in response. His student chuckled in response as he opened the window door. With a wave goodbye, the man left the room, leaving Hiruzen alone. The Sandaime Hokage, once again, returned his attention towards the pile of paperwork left on his desk. Almost done. Soon, I'll be done with all the post-invasion paperwork, he told himself as he took the first sheet of paper. God, why am I still doing this job? I need to find a successor and fast. The Hokage continued to grumble to himself about candidates for the Godame Hokage as he started reading the contents of the paper. After leaving the Hokage's office, Jiraiya had intended on heading towards Naruto's apartment immediately. However, as he made his way down the street, he remembered the ideas he was writing in his notebook and was struck with inspiration to do research. He promptly rushed over to the hot springs of Konoha and found a hiding spot. He spent the next 2 hours writing down various ideas after seeing the women at the hot springs and hearing them to talk to each other. A cheeky grin stayed on his face the entire time and he had to stop his research multiple times to rub away the blood dripping from his nose. At this rate, Ika Tactics is going to be my best work yet. I can't wait to get it finished, he told himself. Once his research was complete, he left the hot springs and returned to Naruto's apartment. The Sannin entered and saw Naruto sitting at his dinner table, reading a book. The blonde looked upward at the sound of footsteps and a grin developed on his face after seeing Jiraiya. Hey! What's up? He asked his godfather as he turned a page in his book. Doing good. Had a very productive afternoon. Jiraiya replied with a perverted giggle. Naruto gave him a strange look for a second, but shrugged. He then turned his attention back to his book. This gathered Jiraiya's attention as he started to walk closer to Naruto. What book are you reading? You didn't strike me as the type to like reading for fun, he noted. I don't really, but I know the author so I wanted to look into it. Have you heard of Tengoku no Sato? Naruto questioned as he put the book down. Almost instantaneously, Jiraiya's face darkened at the mention of the book. His eyes narrowed in anger on the book and his fists tightened. He remained silent for a second before he finally managed to gather his voice and speak. What? Naruto, seemingly oblivious to Jiraiya's darker mood, answered innocently. It's a book about a hidden shinobi village. It's about its history and the cool shinobi that live there. I just borrowed the book from my friend, Doso, and I'm loving it. It's so action-packed and it's really easy for me to imagine. Jiraiya shook his head, trying to forget that his godson not only was reading Tengoku no Sato of all books, but was actually enjoying it. He focused, instead, on another disturbing comment that he said. And you know the author? You know that old monkey Rashi? He mentioned once that he wrote the book series, so I knew I had to read it sometime. I promised him I would and would give him feedback once I caught up with his series. And I got to say, so far, it's pretty damn good. Naruto answered. He then finally became aware of his godfather's mood and gave him a concerned look. Everything all right, Jiraiya? Everything's fine. Sorry. Let's just say I have a bad history with Rashi and leave it at that. Jiraiya answered ominously. The Uzumaki blinked in confusion. He hadn't known either man for too long, but Rashi was a fellow Jinchuriki and Jiraiya was his godfather. Both were polite, funny, and slightly crude old men who meant well. He couldn't really process why the two of them would know each other, let alone dislike each other. Ahem. The Sannin cleared his throat. Anyway, that's not really what I was going to talk to you about. I was wanting to know if you wanted to train together while we wait for this other Uzumaki to arrive in Konoha. Naruto immediately jumped up from his seat and looked at his godfather in excitement. This was going to be his first time training with him, his first time being trained by family. He was more than ready to begin training immediately. Hell yeah, I'd love to train with you, he declared. Good, cause I got a few things I'd love to teach you. Jiraiya answered with a chuckle. He then gestured towards the door to the apartment. Come on. Let's head to the nearest training ground and get to work. Naruto nodded fervently. He then rushed over and followed Jiraiya out of his apartment. The blonde looked up to the older man in curiosity. So, what ya want to work on? Jutsu? Some cool spy techniques? He began to question. Jiraiya laughed in response. I'll teach you some of my spying stuff later. For now, though, let's work on a very particular style of jutsu, summoning jutsus. Ak. Ugh. Both Hinata and Niji were knocked backwards with enough force that they were sent flying into the walls of the Hyuga clan's personal training room. The two groaned in pain as they began to pull themselves off the ground. You need to concentrate more with your strike to compress the air around you, Hayashi informed them, his activated Byakugan eyes staring intently at his daughter and nephew. I can see your chakra networks and you are using the correct amount of chakra and your chakra control is fine. You two simply aren't releasing the chakra from your body properly. Make your palm strike precise. Make it forceful. Force the chakra out of you to compress the air and deliver your attack. The three Hyuga clan members had been practicing for 4 hours, trying to get Hinata and Niji to learn the 8 trigrams vacuum palm. After drilling them on the theory of the jutsu, Hayashi began instruction by having them try to create their vacuum palm to deflect his own strike. Unfortunately for them, Hinata and Niji were still trying to perfect the proper manner to use the jutsu. As a result, they were taking the force of Hayashi's vacuum palms each time. We understand, Hayashi-sama. Niji replied with short breath once he and Hinata had finally finished pulling each other off the ground. Niji, I have an idea that might help you. You know the rotation, after all. Take the same method you used to form it and apply it to this jutsu. Like I said, focus solely on your palm at the moment and use enough force so that way you can release the chakra. Hayashi advised. Niji nodded in understanding as he got into position to try again. Hinata replicated her cousin's stance, preparing herself for the next attack. Realizing that they were ready, Hayashi extended his palms forward towards Hinata and Niji, releasing another vacuum palm towards them both. Both Hinata and Niji made a palm strike, trying to release chakra to create their own version of the jutsu. Once again, Hinata was hit full force by the jutsu and was knocked into the wall. Niji, on the other hand, was able to create a small compression in the air around his palm that Hayashi's attack collided against. Hayashi's jutsu was still more powerful and, ultimately, pushed the branch clan member backwards, but he was not knocked back into the wall once again. He was, however, winded. That's an improvement, Niji. That advice seemed to help. Hayashi noted with a nod in approval. Niji couldn't give a proper response, he was too tired to reply. The Hyuga clan head then turned his attention towards his daughter. Hinata, I realize that this technique may not be as easy for you due to your own variant style of the gentle fist. You may not normally use the proper amount of force with your attacks needed for this jutsu. However, I think it is necessary that you know how to use it. This technique will give you the ability to use the gentle fist at a slight range, and that is a definite benefit that will help you in fights during missions. With enough practice, you will eventually find success with this jutsu. I know. I'm trying. Hinata replied with a tired expression on her face. You're doing well for your first day. When my father started training me like this, I couldn't last past the first 3 hours. Hayashi informed her. It's just all about practice. If you two don't mind, I'd like to devote the next week solely to training you. I know you have your own teams and training sections, but I can't guarantee I'll have this much free time at the moment. I'd like to personally focus solely on your training and making sure you pick up on this jutsu and a few other techniques of our clan. So, with that in mind, let's take a 30-minute break before we get back to work. Both Hinata and Niji nodded in understanding. At the mention of break, the two cousins fell to the ground in an attempt to rest and gather their strength back. Hisashi, they are acting like us when father started getting serious with our training. Hayashi told himself, trying to resist the urge to chuckle. Summoning jutsu. A poof of smoke appeared in Training Ground 11 after Naruto slammed his open palm on the ground. Once the smoke was cleared, a small, orange toad with a blue jacket appeared and started to hop on the ground. Hey! He greeted Naruto. Finally! The Uzumaki shouted in relief. I can summon toads now. After how many hours of trying? I started to lose count when the sun began to set. Jiraiya commented with a chuckle. After arriving at the training ground, Jiraiya gave Naruto the summoning contract to sign. The Uzumaki quickly signed it and began trying to summon toads immediately. He had expected to succeed immediately, but he ended up summoning a tadpole, and another tadpole, and another tadpole. No matter how much he tried, he kept summoning nothing but tadpoles. Time began to pass by slowly. Eventually, the sun set and the moon appeared in the sky. Finally, after hours of practicing, he managed to summon a toad. The blonde was, needless to say, ecstatic. "I'm Uzumaki Naruto, and I'm the next summoner of toads. Just like Jiraiya and my dad," he declared to the toad. "Nice to meet you, Naruto. I'm Gamekaki." The toad greeted. "Your pops was a summoner too? Was he that Minato guy that my old man let summon him from time to time?" Naruto nodded his head in response. "I'll tell Pops that you're his kid. He'll probably be excited to hear that," Gamekaki stated. "So, what are you like, Naruto? Tell me a little about yourself. You're the first guy who's actually summoned me after all." Naruto began to speak before his excitement started to fade away and was replaced with an overwhelming feeling of tiredness. He tried to speak one more time and form words, but his efforts failed and the Uzumaki fell to the ground. Gamekaki hopped over to Naruto and began to poke him in the face. He then looked up to Jiraiya in confusion. "So, he's the kinda guy who can fall asleep mid-conversation?" he questioned with a shrug. "Weirdo. Give him a break, Gamekaki. He's been trying to summon a toad for the past 4 hours and has used way too much chakra," Jiraiya informed him with a chuckle. "He's lucky that he has so damn much. If that was me trying to do that when I first became a summoner, I would have passed out about 2.5 hours ago." "I guess so," Gamekaki shrugged in response. "Anyway, since he fell asleep, I'll head back home now. Does my old man know that you let him sign the contract?" "I already talked to Gamabunta about it." Jiraiya nodded his head in affirmation. "'Kay. Then I'll just let him know that you did. He'll probably want to meet him at some point, just saying." The young toad shrugged in response. "Anyway, bye Jiraiya. Nice seeing ya again." With those words, Gamekaki disappeared in another poof of smoke. Jiraiya chuckled as he picked up Naruto's body and started to walk back towards his apartment. Well, he managed to summon a toad on his first day. That's better than Minato did. The Sannin noted in his head. This kid will be going places. I'll spend the next few days just perfecting the summoning jutsu with him, but after that, we'll begin work on the Rasengan. The following day, Shikamaru pulled himself out of bed and after a light breakfast, he walked over to Training Ground 17. He had been expecting to run into the rest of his team already at the training ground. When he arrived, however, only Anko was present, doing push-ups on the ground. Once the Nara arrived, she stopped her exercise. "So, you were able to come. At least if one of you guys could," she commented with a chuckle. "What do you mean by that, Anko-sensei?" "Naruto and Hinata couldn't make it," Shikamaru questioned. "Okay, 2 things. 1, you don't have to call me sensei anymore. I technically don't have that title any longer. You're not some fresh genin anymore," Anko informed him with a shrug. "I know I don't have to, but that's how I've always known you." The Nara shrugged in response. "I don't think I could stop it if I wanted to. Besides, I guarantee you that Hinata and Naruto will still call you sensei as well." "Point taken." The snake summoner chuckled in response. "Alright then, second thing, Naruto and Hinata won't be able to join us for training for about a week. I talked to them a little earlier today separately. Naruto is being trained by Jiraiya in preparation for a mission while Hinata is being trained extensively by her father the entirety of this week while he has the spare time to focus on her training." Shikamaru sighed in response. "I was hoping they'd be here with us." Yeah. I was too. But whatever. We'll focus on what we can together." Anko shrugged in response. Almost immediately, an idea entered the woman's head. Anko's eyes lit up in excitement as she quickly reached inside of her jacket for a scroll. She then tossed it over to the Nara, who began to look at its title. "Fire Style, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu." He read aloud. "That's a jutsu that I've decided to look into. It's B-rank fire style technique that channels your chakra and releases it in the shape of a flaming dragon's head. Besides being an overwhelmingly deadly jutsu, it can also affect the air currents in the sky and create lightning clouds. It could potentially create a storm to change the battlefield. Anko explained to the Nara. It's a very powerful jutsu with some supplementary uses. And it's about time I finally tried my hand at learning it. It seems pretty useful. Shikamaru nodded in understanding. He then studied the scroll intently. And you want me to learn it with you, I presume? Yup. Anko grinned. Again, you're the only other fire nature student I got. It would be a damn shame if I didn't try to help you develop your skills with your elemental nature. I'd like to make sure you are a competent fire style specialist. A grin then developed on her face. Besides, I'm kinda curious just how fast you can learn this jutsu compared to me. Consider it the curiosity of a teacher. The Nara gave the Jonin a suspicious look. You're going to turn this into some sort of competition, aren't you? Yup. Anko nodded her head, her grin growing wider. First one to learn the jutsu gets treated to dinner. Shikamaru opened his mouth to reject her offer, but she narrowed his eyes on him. You can't reject this deal, by the way. Otherwise I won't let you try to learn the jutsu. Troublesome. This whole thing is designed so that I lose and have to buy you dango. Shikamaru shook his head. Despite his tone of voice and his word choice, the Nara did have an amused look on his face. Well, whatever. I take it we start now. Not yet. We'll get to practicing it in a little bit. For now, I'm just getting a warm-up exercise in. You should join me. The Jonin informed him as she got into position to continue with her push UPS. I'll even start over so we can do them together. Sounds fine with me. The Chunin shrugged as he got into position to join his former sensei. How many are we doing? I'm thinking maybe 300. Anko answered nonchalantly. After that, we'll move on to sit UPS. Are you serious? Shikamaru gave the woman a blank stare, expressing his surprise. You're a Chunin now, Shikamaru. Your exercise routine needs to be taken up a few notches. Anko replied sharply. A few notches? This sounds a lot more than that. The Nara inwardly shouted. However, the Nara was very aware of Anko's general attitude. With that in mind, he kept his opinion to himself and opted for a frustrated sigh. Anywho, let's get to work and start. The Jonin declared as she began her push UPS. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Shikamaru mumbled as he joined his former sensei in counting as he performed his own set of push UPS. Training was about to become much more intense for Shikamaru. Time began to pass by quickly in Konoha. A week went by since the visitors from IWA and the other foreign villages officially left Konoha. The village was nearly finished with all the repairs since the Suna/Oto invasion, and the village appeared just like it had before the attack. Konoha had now officially recovered and life returned to normal for most of the villagers. Civilians returned to focus on their own businesses and shinobi began to focus more on their own training and taking missions. During this time, Hayashi managed to train his daughter and nephew extensively on his own personal techniques. Both Hinata and Niji managed to acquire the 8 trigrams vacuum palm after only 2 days of training. Once they learned it, Hayashi focused on teaching them more complex techniques of the Hyuga clan. He also encouraged the 2 shinobi to experiment. Niji was beginning to study the theory of the 8 trigrams, 128 palms technique, while Hinata began to incorporate the 8 trigrams, 64 palms into her own variant of the gentle fist. Hayashi was impressed in the development of both his daughter and his nephew and continued to encourage them to develop their skills with the Hyuga clan jutsus. Shikamaru continued to train with Anko every morning and slowly became used to her exercise routines. His body was becoming tougher and he was beginning to develop more muscle across his body as a result. The former teacher and student competed to learn the fire style, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. As Shikamaru had predicted, Anko did manage to learn the jutsu before him and he was forced to treat her to a night of dango. The Chunin managed to learn the jutsu not too longer after his former sensei, however. Once they had accomplished the jutsu and managed to practice it multiple times, Anko began showing Shikamaru different fire-style techniques she could to add to his repertoire. The Nara was grateful and studied every jutsu Anko gave him with a surprising amount of focus. Naruto and Jiraiya spent the beginning of the week focusing on the summoning jutsu. Naruto continued working with the jutsu and trying to summon toads that he could use in battle. After about 4 days of trying, he managed to summon his first combat-oriented toad, Gamariki. Once Jiraiya felt comfortable enough in Naruto's ability to summon toads, he began working with Naruto on a jutsu designed by his father, the Rasengan. Naruto managed to make it through the first stage of training quickly, but he was beginning to struggle once he began working on the second stage. However, after a few days of trying, he began making progress and seemed ready to begin the third stage. Jiraiya was expecting him to learn the Rasengan within another week of training. The members of Team 3 continued to train independently, growing stronger during their first official week as Chunin. Naruto, however, was about to take a brief break from his training, as a red-haired girl from Kusagakuer started to approach the gates to Konoha. The sound of a loud knock rang throughout Teiwa's prison cell. The redhead looked towards the door for a moment before she sighed. "Whoever you are, you damn well know the door is unlocked. Just come on in already," she shouted to the person on the other side. The door immediately opened and Jiraiya walked inside with Naruto standing right behind him. After seeing who her visitors were, the former Sound 4 member gave them her full attention. She opened her mouth to speak to something, but she then noticed that Jiraiya was carrying a plain, brown bag of weapons and supplies. Sticking out of the bag was a silver flute that the girl recognized. "That's my shit," Teiwa exclaimed. "You're going to need it in case we are attacked and you need to defend yourself," Jiraiya informed her. The Sunin tossed the bag towards the redhead. Teiwa caught it immediately and then pulled out her flute, making sure that it was okay. She brought it to her mouth and played a note. Once she was satisfied with the condition of her flute, she sighed in relief and put it back in the bag. She then gave her attention to Jiraiya and Naruto, letting an excited glow develop in her eyes. "So I take it Karen's here. We're finally going to be on the way to Uzashigakure," Teiwa exclaimed. "Yup. The old man sent us a message to pick you up and meet him at the front gate of the village. Our cousin is here." Naruto nodded his head in affirmation. A grin developed on his face as he mirrored the redhead's excitement. "It's about time we visit the village of our clan. Check the description for the links to the author."